This story begins with a voice saying that the kingdom of Kongming was where the four immortals established their sects. No disciple had ever been able to reach the 9th step of the Jade Heaven staircase, let alone pass through the 9 heavenly tribulations destruction matrix created by Empress Liz Hen. However, that day the story would be completely rewritten. The scene shifts to an unknown person, and the system states that he would need to spend 20,000 rage points to break the formation. With the boy accepting the offer, the system begins to load, and above him a massive magic circle appears. The guy then orders it to disperse, and in an instant, that enchantment shatters. A light begins to envelope the boy's body, which then starts to leave the island, falling onto the one next to it. The guy thinks that he was too exhausted, wondering if he had passed the test of the 4 immortals. Right after, an unknown voice asks how he managed to pass the test. Confused, the boy looks up, where he finds himself face to face with a girl standing in front of him. While the young man wonders if she could be one of his future masters, the girl asks him to answer her question, mentioning that with his current status of achieving only the 1st level of body refinement, it was impossible to climb the Jade Heaven staircase, let alone pass through the 9 heavenly tribulations destruction matrix set up by her sister. The protagonist stands up and questions whether she had not seen it with her own eyes. The system then warns the boy to be careful with his words, or he would be punished by the heavens and die instantly. Shortly after, the girl asks if it was because the Jade Heaven staircase and the formation had been neglected for so long. The boy seemed to be somewhat nervous about something. Standing up, the girl states that she would report to the 3 elder sisters, and therefore he should not leave that place at that moment. A portable fire appears, and the girl steps into it. Amidst that situation, our hero wonders how he would explain if his future masters really wished to know how he had broken the formation. Then, the system informs him that it was an ancient sacred source condensed from the essence of the frozen moon, and that it took 10 years to obtain a single drop which could strengthen and preserve vitality. Observing it, the boy is greatly impressed, saying that it was a treasure. Shortly after, he removes his clothes and begins to dive into the lake. A scene then cuts to that girl from before. A woman calling her Chu asks if she had already met the disciple. Chu replies that she had, as he was very handsome. The other girl says that she usually stated such things so directly and asks why she was stammering so much. Meanwhile, another girl seems to be silently observing. Chu responds that the boy was truly very strange. He was only at the 1st stage of body refinement, yet he managed to climb the Jade Heaven staircase, and inexplicably broke the 9 heavenly tribulations destruction matrix, questioning if such a thing was really possible. The other girl says that if that were the case, her disciple must be 1 in a million and had very unusual luck. Another girl says she suspected either cheating or an error in the 9 heavens tribulation annihilation matrix, because it had not been used for a long time. The other states that the 9 heavens tribulation annihilation matrix does not make mistakes. However, the other girl replies that she only meant to say that the boy was very abnormal. The other responds that since he had passed the test, he was still their disciple. Shortly after, another woman says she could hardly wait to meet that guy. Thus, time passes and Sho returns to that place, wondering where the young man was. Meanwhile, he was submerged in the lake at that moment. He rises. Sho, seeing that, becomes very irritated. Our hero then is very pleased that she is already back, mentioning that the other 2 masters were also there. Sho, however, is furious, asking how he dared to bathe in the immortal condensation pool. The protagonist, observing the situation, thinks that the girl seemed to have a very stressful temperament, but at that moment he seems to have an idea. Grabbing a towel, he asks what was wrong with taking a bath, as he valued cleanliness and bathed every day. Sho, watching all of this, becomes extremely irritated, and the system congratulates the boy, saying that he had enraged the 9-leaf sword goddess and therefore gained 9,000 rage points, and at the same time, due to his shameless behavior, the system grants him the divine destruction technique, which was a barehanded blade defense capable of completely blocking any attack with a cooldown time of 7 hours. However, our hero did not seem very pleased with that ability, saying that he was in front of the 4 fairies of Kongming, and for that reason he needed something much more impressive, but the system asks him not to underestimate its judgment. Shou, very irritated, questions why he is mumbling and says that he should leave that pool immediately. Standing up, our boy responds that he would leave immediately. Meanwhile, the other 2 girls seem very surprised, commenting that that piece was not so small. Shou, apparently embarrassed, asks who told him to stand up, as he should put on his clothes immediately. But the protagonist responds that it was she herself who had ordered him to do that right. After, Shou becomes extremely irritated, stating that there was no way she could have a student like him. Then, she begins to draw a sword from a portal, initiating some kind of enchantment. Our hero, observing that, is surprised by that power because that sword was extremely powerful. The boy thinks that he hopes that ability is real, and at that moment he uses the ability the system gave him. Gear's attack ends up hitting the protagonist, and the girl, meanwhile, seemed to be in complete disbelief because our hero had managed to defend against that attack. At the same moment, another one appears, asking them to take a step back. The boy, meanwhile, comments that it was close, as he had almost been burned. Shou, very incredulous, wonders how someone at the first stage of body refinement managed to block her blade. Right after, the leader calls her again, who then follows her orders and stops the attack, and that blade quickly returns to her. The protagonist then ends up falling back into the water. Shortly after, their leader begins to reprimand the girl, asking how she dared to disobey her orders and saying that, for that reason, she should rewrite the Purifying Heart Sutra 500 times. Shou, saddened, says that she would do it anyway. At that moment, the system appears to the boy, saying that Empress Yuan was furious, destined to rule heaven and earth and to be unmatched for all eternity, and for that reason, the system would activate an epic level reward. He would gain an ability called the Cancun Divine Body, which was of the highest classification, granting a 100x increase in compression and cultivation speed. Our hero, incredulous, wonders if that was even possible. Then, the leader says that the boy, from that moment on, would be her direct disciple and the future master of the secret city of Kongming, and for that reason, she would make an announcement before the entire sect. Because of that, he should return with them to the Kongming Divine Hall. Right after, another girl approaches the protagonist, saying that, in the future, she would teach him well and would also train him the right way. Another master says that she would prepare everything necessary for his studies, and meanwhile she questions why he is standing there, saying that he should hurry up. The boy, very happy, says that he was already going. Then, the scene cuts to the Yumming Pavilion, the place where guests were received in the Kongming Divine Temple. Yuan says that before the formal ceremony, she would instruct Chai, the girl, that becomes very displeased, asking why it had to be her, because she was not very good at teaching people. Yuan says that it was precisely because the 2 did not get along that they needed to temper each other's character, and for that reason, she should take Qi to familiarize himself with the Kongming Divine Temple, that having no other option, ends up accepting what her leader said. Standing up, she asks the protagonist to go. Quickly, Qi stands up and ends up doing what the girl asked. As they walked, our hero thinks that this was very good because that girl got stressed easily. Meanwhile, another master was observing something, saying that Shou had a direct and simple nature, and for that reason she was no match for her little disciple. Yuan says that the Kongming Divine Temple has been very quiet in recent years, and that this was a chance to inject some vitality into its routine. Hearing what her leader said, the other master agrees, saying that it seemed like a good thing. Another girl says that her little disciple has many secrets and that life in the future will be very interesting, and because of that, she was quite looking forward to it. Shortly after, the scene cuts to another location, and the protagonists seem to be asking the girl several questions about the temple and various stories. Zio then begins to introduce several locations to the boy, saying that this was the Shangyan Pavilion where the books were kept. Qi thinks that he was almost done reading all the books in the Outer Sect's library, so it was a good time to check out new classics, and right after, he asks Zio if he could enter. At that moment, Zio replies that he could, but only after he had seen the entire place, because she still had duties to fulfill and did not have time to wait for him while Zio was presenting. She seemed to be lost, and thought about something changing the subject. Zio says that her sister said he was the son of destiny, so she did not completely believe in that at that moment. The system appears, saying that it was keeping an eye on him, so he should not say anything foolish right after. Chi asks if the focus was not supposed to be on taking a tour of the temple. The girl responds that it was, but she only gave this tour to true direct disciples, so if he had passed the evaluation using malicious tricks, he would have to face the consequences, asking if he could withstand one of her moves, as she had already reached the refinement god's realm, which was 6 realms and 54 steps higher than him. Amidst that situation, Chi thinks that she must have been suspecting that he used some trick to block her attack without any weapon. However, she still had no proof of that. Then Zio ends up smiling, saying that she had plenty of time to verify it, because she really wanted to see how long the Son of Destiny's luck would last. She, in turn, says that women who get angry easily usually enter menopause sooner. That Zio asks what that was, and Chi replies that it was a condition in which women suffering from this illness felt depressed, had increasing anger and sleepless nights, where they could end up growing a beard and having sagging breasts, saying that her piece was not that big to begin with, and adding her mood to it. He feared it would be difficult for her to find a husband. Hearing what our hero had said, the girl becomes extremely irritated, saying that the day she shrank would be the day the protagonist got shorter. Xia, desperate, says that she should not forget what the master had instructed, and she should be careful not to get angry again. Having no other choice, Zio ends up accepting, saying that it would not take long for her to learn to restrain herself like the eldest sister. Amidst that situation, Chi thinks that the girl was really worried about the size of that, and for that reason he hit the mark right after. Xia calls the girl again, saying that it did not matter if it was small because his lower part was too. Once again, Zio becomes extremely irritated by that, starting to draw her sword again, saying that no one could stop her now. Thus time passes, and Chi seems to be holding a cleaver, thinking that it was excellent. Right after, he starts preparing a meal, saying that he was the best at doing that. Then he takes the dishes and says that dinner is served, beginning to hand them out to his masters and asking them all to try it. All of them, observing that, seems surprised because the food's appearance was very good. Another master asks what that light from before was, but the protagonist asks them to just taste it first, as he wanted to resolve that matter beforehand. And right after, all the masters end up tasting his food, becoming very surprised by the flavor. Yuan says that it was not bad at all and that it had been a long time since she had tasted something like that. Another master says that the sensation was as if a phoenix had been reborn from the ashes. The others also apparently liked it. Yuan asks where he had learned to make those 4 dishes, and the boy responds that it was just love. Right after, another master approaches, saying that she was really very satisfied. Then she asks Zio if she had liked it, and the girl tells him to sit and eat quickly, because afterward he should go back to his room and practice well again. Time passes. Chi thinks that based on the information he had, irritating or provoking others could earn him points, but he could not get angry, or he would lose a significant amount of points. Even so, he wanted to know what those points were useful for. Besides that, he wanted to know when those locked functions would be unlocked. At that moment, the system informs him that an item has been unlocked in the shop. Our hero is very surprised, asking if he could buy something from that system as if it were a virtual store. The system asks what he wants to do. Shige says that he needed 7 steps and was also curious to know what was more powerful, technology or immortal techniques. The system mourns that they had a trading system based on corresponding items and therefore it consumed points. Chi asks what was more powerful, an atomic bomb or a 4th master. The system says that currently its database lacks sufficient data for such a comparison, so the host could try again in the future. Right after, Chi becomes thoughtful about it. At that moment, Chi suddenly appears at the location. Chi, in turn, is very surprised to see the girl there. Yuan, handing him a talisman, says that it was proof that he had become her direct disciple. It could protect him in critical moments. Hearing what the girl had said, Chi feels very relieved, thinking that she had seen through all that nonsense from Before, while Chi is thanking her, Yuan questions whether an atomic bomb was as powerful as she was. He should let her show him when the opportunity arose. Besides that, he should rest because there were many things he wanted to do. Then, Yuan ends up disappearing. Chi begins to recall what Yuan had just said. He states that he just hoped it was not what he was thinking. The scene then cuts to the protagonist in another location. He asks what the name of the library they had mentioned earlier was. Approaching the place, Chi says that he had wanted to visit that location for a long time. At that moment, he opens the door and is surprised by what he sees, because some kind of tail was above him. Right after, it ends up pulling the boy inside. Then, it is revealed that his master was there. She says that he was probably in need of something. Looking up, Chi ends up recognizing his second master, who then begins to observe the protagonist. She says that he seemed a little disappointed. Chi says that was not it, because he only wanted to go to the library and find some study techniques. His master begins to approach the boy, saying that her disciple really loved to learn and asking why he was hiding around. She assumes that she must have been very ugly, and that was why he looked scared. Then, Chi starts giving several compliments to his master and states that it could never be that. Chi then asks if the girl's tail was really like that. In his thoughts, he affirms that it was very beautiful. The master says that when she was in a good mood, her tail simply appeared involuntarily. She mentions that if he could make her happy enough to reveal all 9 tails, she would reward him with some great treasures. All the elixirs on the shelf were refined. Some could solidify essence and nurture vitality, but either way, if he could do that, she would give him the elixir he desired. Chi then says that he would try to do it. Right after, he apparently begins to recite a poem for the girl. He solidifies her beauty more and more. At that moment, all 9 tails end up appearing. The girl says that the poem was quite beautiful, but Chi says that she was even more so. Then, his master grabs the protagonist. She says that it seemed like they needed to teach him what it meant to respect his master and follow the right path, but Chi asked to receive the rewards first, and then they could teach him because he would learn with more enthusiasm. The girl says that made sense, and right after flying, her tail ends up dispersing. Approaching from behind, she says that she would reward him first, asking which elixir he desired. At that moment, Chi ends up appearing at the scene, asking what was happening. Besides that, she wants to know why Chi was rolling around like an idiot on the floor. She asked if her sister had used an illusion on Chi. The girl responds that she did not know and that she was just teaching martial arts. She asks if Chi wanted to join them. Chi says that it was unnecessary for them to practice together because that could drive the boy crazy. Besides that, her eldest sister said that the protagonist was in the pavilion, so she was asked to help him familiarize himself with the environment. At that moment, Su begins kicking Chi. She thinks that he had such strong spiritual power, and yet he inadvertently fell for the second master's trick. Besides that, what happened next was a bit unfortunate. He simply did not get to experience it. Looking up, the boy finds himself facing his fourth master, who seems very disappointed. Su asks what he had seen in the illusion. Chi responds that it was nothing, and that he had been interrupted by someone. Chi approaches his second master and asks her to teach him illusions. The next day, the girl responds that Su would do her best for that. Thus, time passes and Chi, along with Su, seems to be leaving that place, thinking that it was a small regret. Meanwhile, Su was telling the boy to start walking quickly. Changing the subject, Shio says that the chicken he had made was very good. Chi asks if his master was trying to help him. Shio says that was not it, stating that as Su was the master, she decided not to argue with her little disciple. Meanwhile, Chi thinks that Su should make her move quickly. That's why he could hardly wait for her to counterattack. Besides, strange things must have a reason, so she must be planning something against him. Right after, Chi says that he would like to go to the library first, asking if she could show him the way. Shio asks if he was planning something sinister. The protagonist thinks that he had told her to crouch down, but he ended up with sore legs. The boy says that he just wanted to find the library quickly, so she should show him the way immediately. Then, the girl ends up taking the lead. She becomes very irritated by what she heard, saying that he did not even remember those simple paths. Chi says that he was an idiot, which is why his master was much smarter. The scene then cuts to another location. Shio says that this was the library, But she should remind him that just because he could understand outside writings did not mean he would understand everything besides. Some people there had reached the realm of transcendence. Chi says that a lost bird must fly early. Right after, the two end up entering that library. Shou says that the third master was in that place looking ahead. Chi ends up encountering his third master. Meanwhile, she seemed to be reading a book approaching the girl. Chi greets her, however. His master seemed to ignore him. Shou tells him not to worry because when the third sister was focused, she tended to ignore people, stating that he should come with her after all. Though she did not come there often, she was quite familiar with the place. While standing next to Shou, the protagonist looks back again. Shou, please, says that she had found what she was looking for, because she remembered that her 9-direction sword technique was in that cabinet she had. Disappointed, it says that half an hour had already passed and she had only found that book. Hearing that, the girl becomes irritated, asking him to leave her alone. Right after, Chi ends up looking back and is very surprised by what he sees because there was a pile of books thrown in another place. Then he ends up picking up one of them, coming across Shou's sword technique. The boy then becomes very sad, thinking that her sword technique was lying on the ground like trash. At that moment, another master appears behind the boy, saying that the book was off limits. Chi, in turn, is very surprised, realizing that his master was behind him. Right after, a girl says that she had not noticed the protagonist while she was reading. Looking down, Shou ends up spotting her sister. Then she descends from that place, asking if she had seen her book because she remembered placing it on that shelf. Her sister then says that she did not know, stating that someone must have borrowed it. Meanwhile, the protagonist discreetly picks up the book, and at that moment, a system window appears for the boy. The third master, looking at the protagonist, asks what book they were looking for and whether it was scriptures or even techniques. He then replies that he wanted to find some advanced techniques. His master then becomes very thoughtful, beginning to cast an enchantment, and then some lights appear, selecting a few books and asking the boy to take a look. Taking all the books, our hero thanks her, and his master says that if he had any difficulties he could ask. However, she says he would not do that because he did not want to disturb the third master. Quickly, Shou asks to leave immediately, but the protagonist says that he had said he wanted to read a book first. But without listening, Shou tells the third master that she would take the boy away immediately. However, her sister says that she should study more and not keep making mistakes. The scene then cuts to outside the library with Chai saying that she could not ruin his plan just because the third master had criticized her book. Shou mentions that the boy's words were an expulsion order for them, and for that reason, if she stayed longer, she would be turned into an ice sculpture, and if he did not believe it, he could try for himself, because if she froze him and ignored something she considered important, she also would not save him. Chi then becomes very thoughtful, stating that seeing her expression did not seem like she was lying. Shou says that she had warned him before not to provoke the third master, especially when she was focused on something. Chai says that if she wanted him to keep it a secret, she would have to pay the price, otherwise he might accidentally let it spread to everyone in the sect. Shou then becomes very irritated, saying that he had set his own deadline and for that reason she would not stop him. At that moment, a system screen appears for Chi, congratulating him as by continuously irritating Shou in a short period he activated special rage value points which unlocked the mission system. Realizing that Chai was ignoring her, Shou becomes very irritated, asking what he was mumbling about. Chi thinks that even if he had some starter packs, he really enjoyed provoking his mentor, which made the system extremely wicked. Thus, the boy remembers when he first activated the system and how that damn system had played tricks on him. Moreover, it did not provide any information about the points and relied on trial and error for him to discover the results himself. However, having just crossed over, he had already suffered greatly from society. Right after, Shou says that she didn't care about explaining things to him because it was like playing the flute for a cow amidst the situation. Chi thinks that he needed to find a way to participate in the inner court evaluation, and for that reason he was very afraid of the tricks that system might pull on him again. Few ask why the boy was looking at her like that, questioning if he had suddenly realized that Shou Was his master Chi, meanwhile, thinks that he had been there for 2 or 3 days and it seemed like he had not seen anyone else. Once again, the girl asks why he was looking at her. The boy thinks that if he trained there, it would not be suitable for the furious fire system, besides making it harder to gather points and advance through the realms. For that reason, he had to think of another way to descend the mountain. Once again, his master asks if he was intentionally ignoring her. Chi then responds that he had just realized something, saying that women only affect the speed at which he desires his sword. Hearing that, the girl becomes very irritated, asking if the protagonist thought she was delaying his cultivation. Our hero responds that he wouldn't dare say that, as the disciple merely felt that his master was very much like a teenager due to the expression on her face. Hearing that, the girl becomes extremely irritated, once again starting to draw her sword. Chi then becomes very scared, begging her to stop. Right after, the system appears again, congratulating the boy as he had gained a new ability. Chi thinks that was great, stating that in the future, he would put in even more effort. Starting to speak, he says that the was truly perceptive and must have sensed the turmoil in his heart, but in reality, his identity was understandable, and with a few romantic things, the disciple would definitely keep it a secret. For her, the girl, meanwhile, is very irritated, saying that since the protagonist loved cultivation so much, she would create a refinement knife technique for him. Right after she starts attacking the boy, he asks her to wait a minute, saying that he wanted to make a bet. At that moment, she stops her attack, asking what kind of bet he wanted to make. Chi says that he wanted to participate in the inner court evaluation 1 month from now, and for that reason he should bet on whether he would be able to enter or not. Xiao says that he should know that to become an inner court disciple, he needed at least to have reached the foundation establishment realm, and even though he had secretly used the condensation pool to advance to the 7th stage of refinement that day, the Empress took 3 months to break that barrier, and what he was doing now was not aiming high, it was simply kicking his brain like a donkey's hoof. He asks if, by chance, the girl was afraid to bet with him. Xiao says that she would accept the bet, but wanted to know what the conditions were, and if she was not interested in those conditions, the master would continue teaching him that technique from before. Chi says that if he failed the inner court evaluation, he would leave the Kaming Divine Temple forever. Xiao says that becoming a disciple of the 4 immortals was the dream of all disciples of the temple, asking if he had really thought that through, and the protagonist responds that he had already considered it before. The girl says that he was very arrogant and naturally would not stop there, asking if he really believed he would pass the exam, and right after she starts walking away, the protagonist then says that the condition was that if he passed the test, the girl would have to marry him. At that moment, Xiao is very surprised. He asks if something was wrong and if, by chance, she was still afraid to bet. The girl responds that it was not that, as she would bet anyway. Once again, Chi says that he wanted to ask her for a favor, asking if it was only possible to leave the Divine Temple through the Jade Staircase, and for that reason she should show him the correct path. However, the girl responds that was not in the mood to do that. Chi, approaching the girl, says that if she didn't help him, he would have to kiss his future wife quickly. His master ends up kicking the protagonist, telling him to die. The people below watch Chi flying while he, on the other hand, seems very calm. Another guy asks if he still remembers the palm technique that descended from the sky, and the other questions if it could be the lost one. Right after, the protagonist ends up falling to the ground, saying that the 4th master was truly impeccable because that really hurt. Then, an unknown man appears in front of the boy, asking why he had been kicked, assuming that no one climbed the Jade Heaven Staircase or broke the 9 Heavens Tribulation Matrix. The protagonist, calling the guy Lee, asks why he always had a problem with him, mentioning that the guy mocked him every day, formed cliques and groups, and now, with his sarcastic remarks, still couldn't climb 30 steps of the sky. The irritated young man says that even though he was excluded from the Kaming Divine Temple, he still had the nerve to bark in that place. Chai says that being excluded by the 4 immortals and not climbing are 2 different things. Then, the system mourns that the rage points had accumulated and that the system store was now open for purchases. As Chai was leaving, Lee ends up stopping the boy, saying that he had not allowed him to leave, and as a consequence of that, she apparently ends up accidentally buying his skill, as well as a very expensive drink. When she tries to exchange it, the system mourns that trading items from another world required a high cost. The irritated boy asks the other young man to move aside because he was really annoying. Lee, in turn, becomes very angry, stating that it was a waste, and for that reason he dared to disrespect him. Rushing towards the boy, he says that he would teach him a lesson, throwing a punch at Chai, who then manages to dodge and starts to hold back that attack with a threatening look. He begins to observe the young man. Right after, he ends up drinking that soda, stating that a drink like that, worth 5,000 B points, was very delicious, but because of that, he needed to recover what he had lost. Then the boy begins to release his aura, asking if that was all the guy had. The surprised guy asks if he was already at the 7th level of the Boda strengthening realm. As a response, our hero simply gives a smile. The people around were very surprised, wondering how the boy had gotten so strong at his cultivation level. Another guy says that even with the donation, reaching only the 7th level was a waste, and for that reason, he had been excluded from the temple. Lee, beginning to laugh at Chai, says that now he understood, as this must have been the 4 immortals' compensation for knocking him off the mountain. Besides, he didn't want to change someone like him, who was a waste of talent. Moreover, he was lucky, but even if his cultivation was not as high as Chase, he was still young. Hearing all that, Chai asks him to stop talking nonsense and just face him. Chai, in turn, thinks that such a move should not be something that guy could perform. Meanwhile, Lee seemed to take something out of his jacket, beginning to swallow the pills that were in the bottle. Chai, in turn, assumes that they were drugs. Right after, the guy seems to have an exponential growth in his strength. Chai asks where the referee was, since there was clearly someone there on drugs. The other guy, meanwhile, seemed to have greatly increased his power, as even his aura was rising through his body. Chai thinks that he was at least 2 levels above him, and for that reason was really shameless as he was reaching that level using drugs. Lee then starts approaching the protagonist, telling him to prepare to die. Seeing that, Chai says that he still had a long way to go. The guy then starts running towards Chai, who thinks that the young man wouldn't stop until the protagonist was dead. At that moment, the system appears, asking the young man to spend 5,000 rage points to exchange for a golden body. Chai thinks that the system was taking advantage of the situation to make more money. Meanwhile, the guy was still approaching Chai, saying that he was too distracted. Right after, he ends up jumping Chai without wasting time, accepts the system's offer, and at that moment, his body seems to change shape, acquiring what was called the golden body. Thus, when Lee launches an attack, it apparently has no effect. Right after, a light appears and piddles begin to emerge in front of them. Then it is revealed that the second master was in that place, saying that in the Kongming Divine Temple it was against the rules to attack Sect brothers. Moreover, it seemed that everyone had completely forgotten about that. Chai, surprised, says that his master's speed in taking action was truly oppressive. The girl, meanwhile, seemed to be observing Lee, saying that in the Kongming Divine Temple, the Heaven Blade Alliance should not go too far. Besides, the boy deserved to receive a small punishment. At that moment, the second master invokes a magic circle, and right after, a kind of black hole appears. Lee then ends up being sucked into that space. Meanwhile, Chai was watching the entire situation unfold. His master then approaches the protagonist, asking if he wasn't afraid of being beaten to death. Chai whispers that he was currently playing the role of a fallen disciple of the outer sect, excluded from the Kongming Divine Temple by the 4 immortals, and for that reason she also needed to follow the act. Meanwhile, the other group was watching the entire situation. Right after, the second master moves away from the protagonist, falling to the ground. She says that her heart was truly aching. Seeing all that, Chai assumes that the girl was also getting into character. Quickly, the entire sect becomes very irritated, saying that the protagonist was insulting his master. Meanwhile, the second master laughs at the boy, asking how her performance was. Besides, she wants to know if she needed to do anything else. Chai responds that it was already enough because he could handle the remaining matters alone. Then the second master moves toward the protagonist and asks what had happened. The girl says that she had not had enough fun yet, and right after, she starts running the entire sect. Watching that, seem very furious, saying that they really should help the second master, and everyone starts running after Chai. The second master says that if they were going to play, they should fully commit to it. The scene then cuts to another location, and that group from the sect was still chasing the protagonist, who thinks that the rage system would only create more enemies for him and that he needed to carefully manage all the points and enhance the provided abilities to evolve, otherwise sooner or later those knave investors would exhaust him to death. Besides, he needed to decide where he would escape to. Right after, the boy looks ahead, realizing that he was in front of the isolated waterfall behind the other sect. Taking advantage of the situation, the boy moves closer, wondering how he had arrived at that place. Looking further, he notices an unknown girl bathing there. Thus, the boy is very surprised to realize that it was one of his masters. Looking ahead, the girl ends up noticing Chai and asks him to come closer quickly. Chai kneels, apologizing for the inconvenience and mentioning that he truly did not intend to spy. The master says that it was there that she contemplated solitude, and for that reason, anyone who interfered would be punished. She, in turn, mentions that it was cold and asks the girl to put on some clothes. Hearing what her disciple had said, the girl remains silent and asks him to help her do that as a form of punishment. Right after, the master grabs the clothes, hands them to Chi, and asks him to dress her. Quickly, the boy starts doing that, fully dressing his master. His master says that he should participate in the intercession evaluation in the coming months, and while the boy, with a nosebleed, responds that he would, the master says that he was already her direct disciple among the four and asks why he wanted to go through that unnecessary trouble. Chai says that he didn't want people to question him because the outer sect disciples thought he was not qualified to be a disciple of the four immortals. Right after, the girl begins to observe Chai, who then thinks that his master's eyes seem to want to see through him. Understanding the situation, his master ends up releasing the boy, stating that she would keep that infraction as a secret in a restricted area. Chi, hearing that, feels very happy because fortunately, she had accepted it. Greeting his master, he says that he would leave now. The system then appears, congratulating the protagonist for enraging 1,000 outer sect disciples that day. Moreover, it informs that he would soon unlock the interdimensional travel function, and the specific time for that travel would be determined by the system. You and the host would be able to obtain items and abilities from other worlds while training in them. He, seeing that, is very surprised, saying that he was starting to feel that the system was actually useful. The scene then cuts to another location, and a light seemed to be emanating from the sky. Right after, a hole opens up, and Lee, meanwhile, appears to be falling from the sky, shouting that Chi should wait for him because he would definitely kill him. The scene cuts to an explanation, stating that the spiritual cultivation hall was a formation created by the Empress specifically for the cultivation of disciples in the Kaming Temple. It is said that with each additional layer of the spiritual cultivation room, the pressure endured during cultivation increases by 100 times. In other words, the spiritual pressure on the 18th underground floor is as high as 180 times. Meanwhile, an elder seems to be conducting an evaluation, calling the next person. Thus, it is finally the turn of our protagonist. The other man then asks for the protagonist's name along with his cultivation realm and height. Our hero responds that he was at the 7th level of the body refinement realm and was 5.5 inches tall. The man is very surprised, asking if he didn't mean 5.5 feet. Chi, embarrassed, thinks that the man should have only asked about his height and not exaggerated the length. While conducting the evaluation, the elder instructs him to go to the 2nd floor, warning that if he couldn't handle it, he should leave and not force anything, otherwise, he might become disabled or even explode. Chi, disappointed, asks if the 2nd floor wasn't too easy, as he was participating in the inner sect evaluation next month, and he needed to at least reach the foundation establishment realm. The elder says that last year, the genius Zhonglin, who led the inner sect evaluation, only managed to challenge the 3rd floor at best, mentioning that Chi was not young anymore and was still only at the 7th level of body refinement, so he shouldn't risk his life just to advance his realm. Right after, a group of people appears at the location, beginning to insult the protagonist repeatedly. One guy says that with the cultivation he had gained only through the mercy of the four immortals, he shouldn't even pass the first level. Wang says that qi had always been a waste and probably didn't understand how important it was to refine the strength of the body. Zhonglin tells everyone to speak less because, unlike them, he had climbed step by step. The protagonist says that they really must be something, having climbed for so many years and still being stuck at the early stage of body refinement. Hearing all that, the group seems to become very irritated. Qi asks why they are getting so restless and starts mocking the boy again. Qi, surprised, wonders why they are not getting angrier, assuming that they had already developed immunity to his provocation. Then, the system appears, informing that the interdimensional travel function had been activated, and for that reason, it were transferring the host to leave a mountain while being teleported. Qi is very surprised, thinking that this was the mountain of the Dragon Palace. The system mourns that the transfer was complete and the scene cuts to that mountain. The system informs that this was the palace of the future Dragon Master and that his memories had been synchronized with that body. The original host had broken the chess game and was preparing to inherit the divine art of Bai Ming. However, another man named Qi had encountered an obstacle in the process. Qi in that body says that if he learned the divine art of Bai Ming, he would not be able to distort the spiritual expression of the 18 levels of the spiritual cultivation hall. Right after, the boy looks back and finds himself facing his master, who then says that he was an ugly monk and for that reason had scared him, asking if it was him who had broken his chess game because he seemed to have some skills. Although he was a bit ugly. Observing the boy's expression, he asks what the problem was, stating that he was about to pass on the divine art of Bai Ming and for that reason, he was concerned that the next generation was going to be too ugly. Then, the system starts issuing multiple alerts saying that this master only cared about the appearance of his disciples. Once again, that master asks why the young man was so ugly and starts observing the protagonist again. Qi says that he had only heard his master's name and when he saw him in person, he realized that the name really suited him. After all, he had been pondering the meaning of his name for a long time. Right after, the boy puts on a wig identical to his master's hair, who then becomes very irritated, asking what the boy was saying, and Qi responds that he was just an old man who spent all day standing still. The master then becomes very irritated, asking what that was supposed to mean. Qi says that he was ugly because Buddha did not care about appearances, and eventually, Buddha had shaved his head and never again used his soft hair. The master asks him to stop with those foolish explanations because he wanted to know the reason behind those words from before. The young man says that he had broken the chess game, so if his master should pass on the skills, and after that, they could talk about being bald, beauty and all the rest. Right after, the master says that the blue-covered book on the floor was one of his experiments over the past decades, so he should take some time to read it. However, cultivating his martial arts took decades, and even with talent, learning would take at least 30 years, and if he ever found something that required guidance, he would have already kicked the bucket by then. But if he admitted that he was dumb and ugly, he could directly pass on his skills to him, saving him the trouble of using his brain. Right after, the protagonist raises his hand toward the master, stating that 4 years would be enough, as there was a possibility he could improve even further. Then, she picks up those books, thinking that with his Kankan divine body, he would learn the skills 100 times faster. Moreover, the old man had fallen into his trap, and for that reason, he needed to be prepared. Right after, the master says that those outside the technique were eager to learn a bit of it, so if the young man did what he had asked before, he would immediately pass the skills to him, fulfilling his final wish in life. However, our hero asks to abandon that idea because he was the kind of person who, if told to go west, would go east. His master then wonders if when he shaved his head, he also boiled his brain. While sitting, she says that he would learn soon, but his master had to promise something. Because it had to be a negotiation at that moment, the master is very surprised because that was the real guy. 4 hours pass and she still seems to be meditating. His master, meanwhile, looks very surprised as the young man was floating while meditating. Moreover, he was very disappointed because he didn't know he was capable of doing that. Right after, she opens his eyes, saying that he had learned a lot and in addition had identified some mistakes in the master's book. So he optimized its content. The master says that to learn the divine art, he should dissipate his internal energy, otherwise, it would conflict with several other body techniques besides. He did not know what his ancestor used to keep his hair soft, but he could not lie because that was his ancestral motto. Observing the situation, the protagonist says that it seemed like he needed to show a few tricks for the master to believe, asking if mastering that technique meant that all the martial arts in the world would be at his disposal. Besides, now that he was immune to poison, he didn't need to protect his entire body. Hearing all that, the master replies that he was correct. Furthermore, he never went back on his promises, so a word spoken could never be taken back. With a smile on his face, the protagonist then begins to explain the meaning of the phrase he had said earlier, leaving his master very irritated as he claimed that his words were too crude. Meanwhile, Che says that his master had loved a woman and caused her to suffer demonic possession, passing it on to her younger sister. His master admits that he was correct and because of that, felt guilty and isolated himself in the dragon cave. Hearing that, Che asks his master to leave the cave and find those people to admit his mistakes. And regarding his second task, he had a brother named Feng who was deceived by their father, so he should take good care of him. The master then asks if that young man was handsome, and the boy replies that he was. Continuing the discussion about the third task, Che says that when meeting someone he should say that Chai was very handsome. However, it was obvious that the master would not accept that. Che then says that it was true that the old man was just a drunk who spent all his time drinking and that for that reason, surrendering to that life was better than being a fraud. Having no other choice, the poor master ends up having to accept the offer. Chai says that they should leave that place and later they would discuss the other conditions. Then the scene cuts to two masters who are very surprised by what they had just witnessed. The protagonist's master, standing behind them, announces that the chess game had been an excuse and that now Chai was his true disciple. At that moment, a system screen appears for the boy congratulating him for completing the mission and acquiring a divine technique. Moreover, he could now return to his world. Seeing that the young man becomes thoughtful, wondering what would happen to that place when he left since he had rewritten the story of his childhood idol. The scene then cuts to Chai already teleporting. Looking around, he realizes that time in the main world had not passed. Moreover, the interdimensional travel function was a weapon for, and as long as he did it a few more times, he could reach the peak of life. Right after, another man appears, saying that he was advising him to have some self-awareness and go to the second floor to cultivate, and if he didn't do that, he could end up suffering the consequences. Chai, looking at the guy, asks who he thought he was, stating that, in fact, he would go to the 18th floor. The guys, hearing that, are very surprised, asking if he knew that he was walking toward his death. Chai says that if he came out with his body intact from the 18th floor, they wouldn't be able to look in the mirror again, and the others would have to say that their other friend had his butt on his chin. Another guy says that if he wanted to die, they couldn't stop him, and for that reason, if he managed to come out alive, they would talk again. Right after, the protagonist asks his master to take him to the 18th floor. The elder says that he didn't mean to get into fights with his disciples, and that this was not a trivial matter, and for that reason, he shouldn't ruin his cultivation path over a moment of anger. However, the boy had already decided to do it. At that moment, a voice suddenly tells him to sign up the boy. Then an unknown woman appears, saying that the path of cultivation was very arduous. If everyone could easily achieve greatness, cultivation would be very simple, and since he had chosen to challenge himself on the 18th floor, he should be prepared. Hearing all that, the elder ends up accepting and begins to sign an 18th floor talisman. Right after, Chai thanks the girl, thinking that he didn't expect to see the leader in that place, as she rarely appeared except to teach. Moreover, it was said that she was the healing saint of the outer sect, and that if something happened, she wouldn't be able to stand by. Starting to mock the other guy, Chi says that they would meet again later. His master asks him to stay on the other platform because he would be teleported to the 18th floor. Chi then begins to approach that pedestal, and at that moment he starts being teleported, soon finding himself in front of a giant door. Meanwhile, the other girl was watching the protagonist, thinking that she wanted to see how he would handle the spiritual pressure, which was 180 times stronger than normal. The other group didn't seem very convinced that Chai would be able to deal with it. They mentioned that the boy was one of the 4 immortal disciples, and that his death would be even more disgraceful. The scene then cuts to the trying to open that door when a voice asks where that ignorant brat had come from, placing his dirty hands on them. Then the 2 doorknobs apparently start arguing with each other. Chai, surprised, asks if they were actually alive. Right after, the doors start speaking, saying that it had been many years since they had seen a newcomer, so they should hurry and let him in. The other doorknob, observing the boy, notices that he was quite young with a smile on his face. Chi states that he would pass the test, and for that reason they should let him through. The other doorknob says that he was being very arrogant, but if he was in a hurry to die, it wouldn't stop him. Right after, the door begins to open and a giant glow starts emanating from it. The scene then cuts to the interior of that place, where a gigantic city is revealed. Looking around, Chai thinks that the scenery in that place had nothing to do with its name. Moreover, it was more like an isolated paradise. As the boy walks, he comes across a girl under a tree, who was apparently the mistress of that temple. Chi, in turn, seems surprised because, in fact, it was a woman. Right after, that girl opens her eyes, asking if our hero was a candidate for the test. Bowing, Chi says that was exactly the case. Starting to approach, he tries to introduce himself, but the girl quickly launches an attack at him, which he then manages to dodge. However, a crater opens up beneath him. Chi, by surprise, thinks that the girl seemed to have a bad temper. The girl asks if he had permission to proceed. Furthermore, she says that she would ask a question and he should answer immediately. At that moment, a teddy bear starts speaking, saying that he didn't understand the rules and for that reason they should teach him. Hugging that plush bear, the girl says that they were very good, and for that reason were all her favorites. Observing the protagonist, the girl once again asks what his cultivation level was. Chi says that he was an outer disciple at the 7th layer of body refinement. Moreover, the test specified that disciples in the body refinement realm could be subjected to the shura temple test. The girl says that they always asked the question, and he answered, so she would ask again, questioning who his master was in the outer sect. Chi calmly responds that it was the 4 immortals of Kongming. The girl says that he was the disciple the 4 immortals had recently accepted, and for that reason it was wonderful because in body refinement he had to take the test at the Shura temple, and since that was the case, she couldn't go easy on him as it might stain the name of the 4 immortals. Observing the situation, Chi thinks that this test probably wouldn't be easy. Right after, the girl asks him to follow her because the test was officially about to begin. Once again, time passes, and Chi appears to be standing on a sort of pedestal. The girl says that it had been a long time since anyone dared to go to the Shura temple for a test. Then the other objects start speaking, asking if he remembered the child who had gone to challenge it 4 years ago because he had almost succeeded, and the most talented individual of the past century had come even closer to passing, making it a true pity. The girl says that she never expected the 4 immortals to choose a mere disciple in the body refinement realm as a direct disciple. However, at least he seemed to have some form of presence. Right after, the girl begins to encourage the protagonist, telling him not to get discouraged because there was always a chance since he was a disciple of the 4 immortals. Chi, in silence, wonders if that girl wanted to assert some authority, but without any further delay, the girl begins the test. At that moment, a circuit of water begins to form around the boy. The girl then says that he should take the test inside the water cage. The system mourns that the test was divided into 4 stages, with pressure multipliers tripling each time, and due to the palace's magic restrictions, all stages of the test had to be overcome for his realm to improve. Chi asks if the Northern Ming divine art could affect that pressure test, and the sister responds that it could, beginning to provide some specifications. Chi asks if the system could remove the cooldown period for him, and the system, incredulous, questions how that would be possible. The frustrated boy thinks that it wouldn't be easy, since advancing his realm had to be his priority once again. The girl asks if he was ready. Chi, meanwhile, seems to be trying to calm himself, and as he says that he is prepared, he thinks that as long as he carefully planned his skill, timing, and method of use, there shouldn't be any problems. The girl says that the first phase was heartbreaking. Dem at that moment, a woman in the form of water appears, and with her, an unknown weapon emerges. The girl thinks that the advantage of the body refinement realm was significant in the first phase, and even with triple pressure it wouldn't cause too much harm. The scene then cuts to that creature advancing toward the protagonist, who seemed to be struggling. The system mourns that the cold essence pool of Kongming Temple was used to temper his body, and for that reason, suggests that he immerse himself in it more. Right after she asks them to continue, the girl announces that she would begin the second stage. And right after, another magical creature appears, starting to unleash a sequence of attacks against the protagonist, who then ends up falling to his knees on the ground, feeling very surprised because it was 6 times stronger. The girl says that if he gave up now, he could leave unharmed, but if he continued, in less than 10 seconds, his body would explode into tiny pieces. However, she was very determined and asked to activate the Northern Ming divine art. Right after, a yellow aura begins to emerge around his body, which apparently starts to offer resistance against the magic. Even shaken, the boy says that he had endured the phase, and for that reason he was calm, thinking that the third phase would have 12 times greater pressure, and that if he didn't use the Northern Ming divine art, he would be instantly crushed. However, since he had already used it once, if he waited until the third phase he could pass, because using the same method in the fourth stage was too risky. Surprised, the girl says that the disciple of the 4 immortals really had some skills, thinking that the young man was normal, since he had absorbed the spiritual energy from the water cage. Our boy says that he had underestimated the Shura temple, and for that reason hadn't expected it to be so terrifying in the second phase, and because of that he was now starting to feel a little afraid, thinking that with his divine body of Chen Kuan, he had mastered the uses of the divine arts of the Northern Ming. Hearing all that, the master said that it was incredible. Besides that, she was expecting an even better performance from him. Hearing that, she ended up thanking her for the compliment, thinking that the pressure he had absorbed now had not been 9 times greater, as it was more like a multiplication. Moreover, the third stage added 12 times to the second. Thus, the boy began to do some calculations in his mind, realizing that the multiplication would be in an exorbitant amount, wondering whether that was a test or an execution, and that it should not seem like a murder. Last time he had barely managed to pass the test of the fourth phase, and that was why the Shura temple was truly the chosen place for his death. Convinced, the girl asked if they could start the next phase. At the same instant, she began to feel a pain in his stomach. The irritated master said that they hadn't even started yet. Chen said he needed to use the bathroom, asking if he could take a break. His master quickly denied it, asking what he thought that place was and saying that he couldn't simply relieve himself whenever he wished. Chen said that if that was the case, he would do his business right there. The girl said that it didn't matter, so he had to choose between doing that or continuing the test. Chi then ended up choosing the test, thinking that he had managed to buy a few more minutes with that. At the same moment, that girl ended up invoking another spell, which apparently was a magical weapon similar to a flute. She began to cast some enchantments toward the protagonist, who thought that at the beginning of the third stage, he had felt power within his body. Besides that, he had absorbed it using the divine art of the Northern Ming, turning into something unusual. Chi then began to invoke some kind of enchantment in his hand. Even if the power of his body transformed into a yang attribute in the end, it was the same power source, and so he just needed to wait until his forces merged. Observing the situation, the girl thought that it was different from the second stage, but even so, it seemed like he couldn't endure it anymore, asking why Chi would risk his life for a single test and whether now that it was over, he could avoid the pain of spiritual pressure. But Chi seemed determined to continue, saying that he could still endure it. At that moment, an explosion ended up happening, and Chi was apparently still trying to withstand that attack. The girl, meanwhile, seemed very surprised, saying that if he continued, he would end up being killed. The boy said that his body was fine, but his hands were hurting a lot. Another explosion suddenly occurred, and amidst all that, she seemed calm. The surprised girl asked if he was human. She, feeling confident, questioned whether she hadn't seen that scene before. Then the scene cuts to Zio, who was very happy because no one could recognize her of that disguise. Looking ahead, she ended up coming across several people from the sect watching the battle on big screen. Another guy asked if they remembered the judgment of the 4 immortals because they were all blind and the first 3 tests were definitely rigged, and because of that, the 9 heavens of the Empress and the Cataclysm formation had been inexplicably broken. The other girl asked if he could truly claim that he was betraying, or if he really believed that the 4 sages were watching. That even so, everyone should calm down because they should see how the protagonist was mastering the 4 forms. Meanwhile, the girl thought that she had the feeling that he had chosen the 18th layer only after being sure that he could pass the test. Even so, she had all the time in the world, so she was just going to observe calmly. The other guy asked them not to lose focus because it wasn't as if he could magically pass, and besides, a person's luck couldn't always be that good. Then Zio suddenly appeared, asking if the guy was cursing someone behind their back, something only a villain would do. Moreover, belittling the disciples of the 4 immortals was underestimating their prestigious power. The guy then asked if the 4 immortals would expel that person if they valued them. Besides that, if the protagonist were truly a disciple of those people, the 4 immortals of Kaming would be nothing more than child's play. Hearing all that, Zio fell silent. Meanwhile, the guy began to carefully observe the girl, saying that he felt like he had seen her somewhere before. Zio, desperate, began to make up an excuse, saying that he was confusing her with someone else. Right after, she started running desperately. Surprised, she asked if those people could recognize her in that disguise. Looking to the side, she started seeing that big screen and wondered if the boy was really going to die. But at that moment she stopped thinking about those things, saying that that girl was nothing more than a joke to Chi, and certainly the boy wouldn't die, so there was no need to do all that over a bet. Besides, she was still very surprised because the protagonist was doing all of that just to marry her, wondering if that guy's brain was the size of a pea. The scene then cuts to the protagonist, who, in the meantime, was only wearing a tiny swimsuit. Right after, he started sneezing, realizing that he was without his clothes, thinking that someone might be talking about him behind his back, and that the sneeze had hit him so hard that his bones felt like jelly. Soon after, that girl said that the person who could destroy the formation mist through the 9 heavens must be truly skilled, and because of that, the boy really did possess certain abilities. Chi then asked if she was afraid of not being able to defeat his 4th master. Hearing that, the girl was surprised once again. The scene cuts to Chi, who thought about how embarrassed she felt to be praised in front of so many people. Back to that girl, she seemed very nervous, saying that it was a joke because that girl was nothing more than an idiot. Observing the girl's reluctance, the protagonist thought that he had made her take the bait, saying that they shouldn't even talk about the 4th level test since he had passed all 3 of the first ones. If the 4th master were there, a single strike from his sword would have already defeated that girl. Back to Sue. The girl wondered what Chi was talking about. When they got back home, Sue would have to talk to that guy to put him in his place. The scene then cuts to an explanation, saying that that world was blessed by the gifts of water, plants, mountains, and other things. Water was the most powerful source of life, like a warm embrace in the celestial lake of Kongming Sanctuary. The spirit of water gave birth to a precious baby. The baby, blessed by water, also received the love of all creatures. However, there was something that would disrupt all of that, and apparently it was that girl from before. The other woman wondered if that child was of the water type or even the fire type. Meanwhile, the other girl, in a miniature version, said that she loved that game. Approaching her daughter, the woman said that the lotus would bloom and also grow, inheriting her position. But before that happened, she should take a look at the mortal world. The little girl, in disbelief, said that it was fantastic. Then the scene cuts back to the present, and the girl seemed extremely irritated. Chai said that the 18-layer Astra Temple test was just a paper tiger because it looked intimidating but was easily defeated by anyone amidst all that. Chai thought that he had managed to make her very angry. The system notified him that she had really accumulated many rage points. She, observing that, said that it was really vulgar. At that moment, the girl realized what she was doing. Chai told her not to worry about making up for it now because it was already too late. When he left there, he would expose her true intentions. All the people in the sect were very surprised, thinking that they had never met someone as despicable as that. Another guy said that a mere cultivator of the low blood realm was daring to openly insult the esteemed master of Lotus transformation. Theo, meanwhile, watched everything in silence. The scene once again cut back to that battle. The girl said that she had originally intended to show a little mercy to the protagonist, but now that was unnecessary. Chai said that he was there to take a test, so they shouldn't get too cozy. Hearing what the boy had just said, the woman once again became very irritated, saying that 4 levels for yet another spiritual challenge were already enough. Right after, that water creature appeared again, wielding its sword. Moments later, it began advancing toward the protagonist, who easily defended against the attack. The girl, observing that, was surprised because Chai was managing to hold a blade with just his fingers. At that moment, the creature ended up dissipating, covering the entire place with its water. A yellow aura, meanwhile, surrounded our hero's body. The people in the sect, watching that, seemed very surprised. Another guy wondered what kind of amulet he had used, because not only had he passed the trial, but he had also made the colors soar. Moreover, he had even advanced to a higher level himself. The scene is once again cut to that battle, and all that water was surrounding the place. The examiner, meanwhile, was watching everything in silence and then, in disbelief, asked how that was possible. She then began to approach the girl, who, in the meantime, seemed to have a smile on her face, saying that the Shura temple was not just a name without substance. Realizing all that, the girl started to cry, and the protagonist was very confused by what he was seeing. The girl said that the protagonist was picking on her, and for that reason, she would not tolerate it. Chai said that just because he had passed the trial did not mean he was that incredible, so she shouldn't cry, asking if he had intimidated her. The people in the sect, watching that, seemed very frustrated. Chai, disappointed, said that it was always the same story, asking if the trick up her sleeve was just a cry. However, she still remembered everything the protagonist had done, wondering how he had managed that because he had really passed the exhausting test at the Shura Palace, and that guy was truly evolving little by little. Once again, the scene was cut to Chai asking if the system storage was working. Thus, the boy began to analyze his system screen. Observing that girl, the protagonist thought that he should hurry and calm her down, or she would flood the entire temple with her tears. At that moment, the system notified that the fast travel time was starting. Therefore, the host could be transported to the Tadengbaru family to conquer the 8 hours. Shortly after, the scene cut to another location, and 2 girls, meanwhile, seemed to be arguing. At that moment, an unknown man ended up opening the door, and that apparently was the protagonist in another world again. Soon after, someone grabbed the boy's shoulder, and the woman, calling him her son, stated that there were many people who invite his life, asking what more he had to be dissatisfied with. However, the boy replied that he had no complaints, and because of that, he was extremely satisfied. Approaching those girls, the young man said that he had arrived. Observing the system screen, our hero asked what kind of challenge that was because it was clearly just handing out gifts. Sitting down, the protagonist asked what they wanted to play. The other girl asked why he was there to play with them. She said that before, he had been a fool, but today his eyes had been opened, and having a beautiful companion by his side was a true blessing. Therefore, there were countless fun activities to enjoy. Soon after, the boy ended up picking up a game piece. The other woman said that her husband was not only skilled in playing musical instruments and other things, but also an impressive master of board games. With a smile on his face, the protagonist said that it was nothing special, asking if they wanted to continue playing, asking if they happened to be familiar with the game of bar carrot. Thus, time passed, and Chai had apparently played that game for around 300 rounds, and all of them seemed very tired. Surprised, One of his wives asked how he was so brave and fearless. Our hero replied that he had not yet unleashed his full strength. His wife then asked if they could regroup and then do something before the next battle. However, she asked to try another battle before that, mentioning that in books there could be sea beasts, but even so, no one compared to his 8 lovely wives at that moment. The system notified that he was getting a little close to the time limit. Our hero said that the system was absolutely right, because with 8 wives to attend to, time was very scarce. The system said that was not what it meant, as it had determined that he had completed the challenge and would be teleported back to the Shura temple in 3 minutes. Surprised, Chai questioned if it was really just 3 minutes, and besides that, he hadn't had enough time to enjoy it without wasting time. Our hero said that he had an urgent matter to discuss with all of them, asking how to make a girl happy and put a smile on her face. Thus, all the girls started making various suggestions, such as giving food, clothes, and even objects. Soon after, the other girl, frustrated, asked if he was really going to have another wife, so all of his other wives started confronting the protagonist. At that moment, a book started flying toward the boy. Grabbing it, the young man wondered what it was. His mother then appeared, asking if he had forgotten about that book. At that moment, the system began synchronizing that book. Chai, surprised, said that it was truly a real gem. The system notified that he was about to be transferred back to the main world, so he should be prepared. Chi said that it was difficult to say goodbye when they were together, so when they were apart, he would trust that fate would unite them again. The other girl, confused, asked what he was talking about. Soon after, the protagonist began to disappear, being teleported back to his original world, back to the present. Our hero seemed to be meditating upon regaining consciousness. He realized that he was back, and in front of him that other girl was still crying, saying that she really couldn't take it anymore. Then the protagonist asked the system if he had unlocked all privileges, and the system responded that it had already done so. Thus, the protagonist said that they should really start analyzing that book. Chi, in turn, began to approach that girl, saying that she shouldn't cry because her eyes would swell, saying that during the test, he had been paying attention to her, and by observing her, he realized that she never had any real intention of bullying him, and that the immortal of the North could safely say that this was the most popular style of the moment. Showing some clothes, he asked who was in favor and who was against it. Observing all those clothes, the other young man said that they were all very bizarre, and for that reason, only a lunatic would like them. However, that girl seemed very pleased with all those pieces. Our hero asked if she wanted to try them on, but the girl asked why he had given her those clothes. She, in response, ended up touching the girl's face, saying that when she turned around, the whole world would know that he had brought that lake of fish for her to see with her own eyes. But before that, he had simply made a mistake in his approach, so she should forgive him for being too direct. The people in the sect, meanwhile, seemed very confused by what they were seeing. The girl, happy, said that she needed to go change clothes, asking the young man to stay there and not leave her. Then the protagonist placed his hand on his own head and happily said that he had finally succeeded, thinking that if he had used that book before, he would have done much better. The people in the sect, meanwhile, seemed very frustrated with what the protagonist was doing. Time passed again, and the girl reappeared, saying that she had already changed clothes, asking Chai if, by any chance, it looked good. Noticing the protagonist's silence, the girl asked why he was acting that way. She then made a thumbs-up gesture with his hand, saying that it wasn't bad and that they should change the rest, with a smile on her face. The girl ended up agreeing. Chai, meanwhile, seemed very thoughtful, stating that her curves were perfect. Besides that, he wondered what kind of effect those clothes would have under the moonlight. Thus, a cycle of various outfits emerged, and the girl continuously tried on all of them. Time passed again, and the girl, happy, asked if all of that was for her. In response, Chai said yes. Noticing the protagonist's kindness, the girl said that he was very kind, and for that reason he was her favorite. The scene then cut to another location, and that girl said that the protagonist had given her many clothes, and for that reason she should return the favor with some other gift. Soon after, those other creatures ended up opening a door. Chai asked if that was a gift, stating that it seemed too good to be true. The girl said that it was something very valuable and would definitely be useful. Meanwhile, the people watching from outside the sect could not see what was happening, so they were very frustrated with what had happened. Once again, the scene cut back to where the protagonist was. That girl, meanwhile, seemed to be looking for something. Soon after, she found what she was looking for. Picking up a box, she said that it was something her mother had given her, and that now that it no longer had any use for her, she would give it to the protagonist as a token of appreciation. That ring was capable of dissipating the oppressive aura of the enemy's spiritual pressure, and was a sacred level artifact. Other sacred level artifacts required mastery of at least one level of transcended void to be wielded. However, that magical tool carried her mother's blessings and could be used beyond borders. Chai said that since the girl was giving him that with sincerity, he would humbly accept it, and since they were friends, the girl should say what was on her mind. Hearing that, the girl was surprised because the protagonist had called her a friend. Chai, confused, asked if he was perhaps being impulsive about that, but the girl replied that he wasn't, and for that reason she was very touched to be his friend. Then she ended up casting the enchantment. Chai, confused, asked what that was. Soon after, that magic was directed at the boy's chest. His friend said that whenever the protagonist said her name 3 times, Lyria would appear somewhere. The scene then cut to another location, and Chai had already left. His master, surprised, congratulated him for passing the Azure Temple test, and because of that, it had been a revealing experience for him, who never expected to find such a precious gem. As that, moreover, he needed to spread that good news to the holy sanctuary as soon as possible. She, amidst that situation, said that all of this had just been luck. Then that other guy appeared, saying that just because he had some treasures with him, he was trying to win that lord's favor. She, in turn, said that those gifts were given after passing a test, but even so, the 3 of them could offer something better. The guy said that he could be making some shady deal with the leader behind closed doors. At that moment, that other woman appeared, telling them to shut up and asking how he dared to tarnish the reputation of their temple. Everyone had witnessed Chase performance during that evaluation, so there was no doubt about his abilities. Questioning if he understood the gravity of his actions, the other guy, desperate, said that he understood, and soon after, he ended up apologizing. Then that girl congratulated the protagonist for passing the test, stating that he had also gained the qualification to take her examination and that he didn't need to worry because she would be watching over him during the inner circle evaluation, so he should trust her. Hearing all that, Chai thanked her. That guy, meanwhile, was very frustrated, thinking that his luck wouldn't remain that good forever. Time passed again, and the scene cut to Axio. The 4th master said that Axio was looking like a ray of sunshine and asked what the good news was. Axio said that she was witnessing a lotus blooming before her eyes, and for that reason she was very happy. The 4th master asked why she was going to the meditation hall, and Axio responded that it was to see the protagonist. The 4th master asked if she was hiding something from her sister, because it seemed like she had grown in some way. Axio said that that boy was challenging the legendary Shura temple for no reason, and because of that, she was afraid that he would end up being killed because her older sister had entrusted her with the responsibility of being his mentor. She had no secondary motives. The 4th master said that it was normal to have some peculiarities at that age, so she shouldn't worry, as it was just a sign that she was alive. The scene then cut to another location, and Axio seemed to be taking a bath. Soon after, she got out of the bathtub. Then she picked up a piece of paper. At that moment, the protagonist appeared. Axio said she wasn't preparing anything, so he shouldn't jump to conclusions. Chai, please, asked if she was writing another martial arts manual, and that was why he wanted to see it. Axio, irritated, ordered the protagonist to return it, and Chai, surprised, realized that it was some kind of manga. Axio, angry, demanded that he give it back immediately. Chai said that she was acting stranger that day, and that the martial arts manual she had given before was more electrifying than that work, and because of that, the girl was far above that. Axio said that she felt her art was not up to par, and for that reason her performances were lacking, and so she wanted to stand out. Moreover, she wanted to congratulate the protagonist because he had gained the qualification. To take the inner evaluation, Chai said that the news from Kangmin's sacred realm spread like wildfire, so he had hoped to tell her personally. Axio said that was not a cause for concern because she had only made a small bet. Looking at the boy, Axio asked what he was doing taking off his shirt. The protagonist asked if she wanted a bet because he could remove his clothes at that speed. Then the boy jumped into that bathtub. Axio said that first they should pay respect to their ancestors. Meanwhile, the boy was diving into that place, wondering what was wrong with that lake. Sue said that she might be willing to take the risk and lose, but he had gone after that girl. Because of her, however, she was still his master, and a romance between master and disciple was very unlikely, and because of that, she needed to ask the great master about it. Moreover, she wanted to know what the second and third masters thought about it. Leaving the lake, the protagonist said that place was truly a mortal treasure, and in just a second, he ended up feeling very refreshed. Soon after, Sue began observing the protagonist, thinking that her heart was beating way too fast. Besides that, she didn't know what was happening to her. Shortly after, the third master appeared. In that place, she asked Chai if he had just passed the Shura temple test and wasn't even taking a break. Noticing her sister, Sue asked if she needed something. However, the second master said that actually they were looking for her because the next day the acceptance ceremony for new apprentices would begin. Sue asked if he needed to prepare anything. The second master said that he didn't need to do that, but there were some things he should be aware of, and because of that, that was the day of the great encyclopedia and all 6 sect masters would be present. Moreover, those 6 sect masters were not easy to deal with. The Kangming sanctuary consisted of 6 gates. The outer temple gate and the continental gate under the command of Empress Yisa. The superficial calm was maintained. Never before had the 4 immortals accepted disciples, and that person passed the Shura test before officially entering the school, stating that the next day would be quite lively. Thus, the day of the apprentice ceremony finally arrived. Several people from the sect were in that place, and the other guy from before seemed frustrated with something, saying that it wasn't as if they were taking them in as their apprentices. The other guy said that that kind of excitement didn't happen every day. And besides that, his brother had told him to keep an eye on the protagonist before leaving. Moreover, his benefits would not be lacking when that person returned, and because of that, Che wouldn't be proud for too long, and because of that, when they saw that great and glorious temple, it would truly be a grand scene. Another guy said that they shouldn't wait any longer, because that day they would probably have to deal with some unpleasant things, since that guy had caught the attention of the inner sect, and he didn't care what the other 5 sect leaders thought. However, one of the sect leaders was not someone who'd be easily deceived. Then a person appeared in the place, apparently a sect leader. The green wooden gate was protected by the imposing presence of Shang. The golden gate was guarded by the skilled craftsman Han, and the sturdy earth gate was washed over by the powerful Han Ji. The mighty water gate was also there, whose guardian was HKB, announcing with grace. The balance of the wind gate was in the hands of Lady Peeling, and the greatest of them all was not absent, whose name was Human. All of them seemed to be gathered in that place. Soon after, another guy ended up sitting down. The other girl asked why the young man always had such a sad expression every time she met him, assuming that he was hungry, saying that the chef of her clan was very good in asking if he wanted. The guy said that that was a very important day, and because of that, they should tone down the jokes. The girl asked if that wasn't just the 4 immortals facing disciples, and because of that, it wasn't anything special, since after years of triumphs, they had finally managed to get an apprentice. The guy said that those newly recruited disciples were too ostentatious, and such people would inevitably cause problems for Kangming's sacred domain sooner or later. Soon after, a person announced that the 4 immortals had returned quickly. That other young man ended up kneeling, and the protagonist's 4 masters were in that place. Meanwhile, the second master thought that she hoped her disciple would behave a little better. Yuan then asked everyone to take a seat. Thus, that meeting seemed to begin. Yuan said that he had never been a fan of excessive talking, and so they would skip the formalities, and if it weren't for the fact that he needed all 6 sect leaders to witness the apprentice ceremony, he wouldn't have bothered everyone with that trip. Soon after, a protagonist seemed to walk Toward that place then, he began to introduce himself to everyone, greeting his 4 masters, and the 6 gatekeepers. Yuan, meanwhile, recalled a conversation with the second master, saying that although the region of Kongming's sanctuary was their great master, the 6 gates enjoyed a high degree of autonomy, and for that disciple gathering, he hoped that he could stay low-key and avoid any trouble. The scene then cut to that girl from before, saying that she liked the boy's appearance but wanted to know if he would really be good for marriage, because to be part of her family, one needed to enjoy all the things in life. The other guy said that real men needed an advisor to show their strength, and that young people today were too delicate, which was why they weren't manly enough. The other girl, hearing that, said that she preferred someone with nicer skin. Quickly, the other guy became irritated, saying that this was a mess, mentioning that the great empress had taken her throne, radiating all her power and grace, and asking how they dared to disturb that. Yuan, hearing that, said that he expected all of them to speak their minds freely, because at the heart of their community was unity. Soon after, that guy began observing the protagonist approaching him. He said that the 6 of them were loyal to the 4 immortals, so they should be careful in every way, mentioning that there were rumors that the young man was supposed to climb the stairs of the Jade Sky, effortlessly breaking the 9 heavens calamity formation. Moreover, he had recently passed the Azure Temple test, and questioning how on earth a mere outer disciple, who had only recently ascended to the Yuan High Realm, could reach such heights in the blood refinement realm. Hearing what the young man had said, Yuan stated that he did not understand. Yuan then welcomed the protagonist, saying that if he had any doubts, he should feel free to bring him up during the inner evaluation and everything would be discussed. Asking the other guy what he thought, the young man said that it was fine, but it was worth noting that only the most outstanding disciples of the last 3 years could participate in the inner evaluation, and if he was excluded from the sect at that moment, it could be a disgrace to the name of the 4 immortals. Hearing that, Yuan reassured them to remain calm, as he would never disappoint them all. The second master, observing that, thought that her disciple was a well-behaved child. As he started leaving, the young man said that he would be keeping an eye on the boy. Yuan, meanwhile, was watching everything in silence. The second master soon after realized that the ceremony had ended, saying that they should play a few rounds of shaggy, and in the meantime, enjoy a good night. Time passed, and the scene cut to that old man from before. The other girl asked why the young man was walking so fast. The old man asked what the problem was. The woman said that she knew the young man loved playing games, and because of that, he was keeping an eye on the protagonist, so she wanted to bid a precious treasure with him. The young man asked if she wanted his stabilizer account. The girl said that since he already knew, it probably wouldn't be a big problem for him. The old man asked if she really thought that child had what it took to pass the evaluation. The girl responded that it was likely, but even so, she was just joking. The scene changed, and a group of horses seemed to be pulling a carriage. Chi, meanwhile, opened a curtain, saying that that place looked like the territory of Su. Looking to the side, the boy ended up seeing his second master watching him and asking where that land of Su was. Shui, embarrassed, said that that was the kind of thing they were dealing with, because when summer arrived, it became very humid and hot like a sauna. Yuan said that people of Xiashan had a passionate love for spicy food. The protagonist, surprised, asked how his master knew that. Yuan asked if it wasn't common knowledge that basins had a lot of humidity. Hearing that, Chi remained silent, thinking that he clearly remembered his master saying those 3 words, assuming that that person could be his master. Su asked why the protagonist was acting that way, because when they arrived at that place they should put on a little show. Chi said that if it were an ordinary person, his strike from earlier would have shattered all of their internal organs. Shui said that they should discuss that after he was broken into little pieces, thinking that the young man had forgotten about his bet since days had already passed and he hadn't even mentioned it. Noticing his master's rage points increasing, the protagonist became confused, wondering what she was talking about. Then the second master said that some time ago he had asked her to teach him some magic tricks, and because of that she had created some personalized sets for him, and if he couldn't learn, he should accept his teacher's punishment. Shui determined and said that he would study hard, thinking that the punishment he had in mind could be real. The second master, observing her sister, asked why she had that expression. But Shui said that it was nothing. Noticing all that, the second master ended up smiling, saying that the two of them had an unfinished conversation at the enchanted lake a few days ago. Our hero then ended up remembering that, saying that Shui had lost her bet earlier. With tears on her face, Shui went to her master, asking her to teach her how to set up the formation. However, Yuan said that even between master and disciple one must be willing to bet and accept defeat. After all that conversation, it seemed that they had finally arrived at their destined location. The second master said that they had finally arrived, but should hold their horses before discussing that bet. Then Yuan ended up calling for Shizuka, who then started observing her master with a smile on her face. Meanwhile, Shui, irritated, was running after the protagonist, saying that he should learn to speak at the right time. The second master, watching that, said that those two were complete idiots. Then Shizuka ended up falling beside her sister. Yuan quickly seemed to cast some sort of enchantment to contain that. The second master, surprised, said that she was catching fire. Yuan said that he would take the girl to Dongtan Valley for her rejuvenation immediately, so the second master should stay there to look after the protagonist along with Shui. The scene changed, and the second master asked Shui to stop playing around because she shouldn't forget her purpose in going to that land. Shui said that that guy had passed the test to become a disciple, asking what the internal evaluation even mattered for, because they should treat that journey as a form of rest. Soon after, Shui asked where the third sister was along with Yuan, and the second master responded that that girl was having another one of her episodes. Shui asked if she had already gone to the Eastern Valley. Hearing that, the second master remained silent. At that moment, the protagonist appeared, asking where the third master had gone along with Yuan. Soon after, the boy started observing the two masters, realizing that they were acting strangely. Then he said that without a doubt, those other two must be busy with real duties. The third master was Yuan's assistant, so she should constantly be by her side. Hearing that, the second master said that he was absolutely right, and Shui agreed. Then Shui said they should take a walk. Chai thought that there was definitely something wrong in that place, but they shouldn't worry because sooner or later he would find out. The second master, meanwhile, was watching, thinking that only the four of them knew about the secret of Shizuka up until that day, and because of that, they should forgive her secret, because they had a reason behind it. The scene then changed, and Shui seemed to be standing before Chai. Chiu said that she wasn't good with extravagant introductions, so they were going to train. Chai said that she should enlighten him with her wisdom. Then the girl seemed to cast an enchantment, beginning to invoke her fire magic, saying that she had broken the limits of limitation, so you should think of that as reaching the third level of the elemental sea, and that it wasn't different from where he was now if he intended to master the flame of the 9 heavens. Then it was better to abandon those cheap tricks he was using to fight. Then the system notified that it could offer a new approach that would ensure the girl wouldn't suspect anything. However, the system said that this time he should just watch and enjoy. It also said that that girl was known as the goddess of the 9 separation sword, and he was the strongest swordsman. Questioning if he was the chosen one to wield that blade. Soon after, Shu ended up grabbing a flaming sword, saying that the knife in front of him was a small gift that her master was giving him. The name of that knife was Sweet of the Sky, and for that reason, he should hold onto it tightly and never let it go, no matter what happened. Then she ended up taking that knife, realizing that it was very heavy. The second master, meanwhile, thought that she couldn't believe he had managed to hold that knife, since it was clearly meant to be a treasure. Shu, determined, asked if the boy was ready, and holding the knife, he responded that he was. Soon after, Shu began advancing against the protagonist, delivering an attack against him, which he barely managed to dodge, thinking that his master was really fighting seriously. Receiving another attack, the boy managed to defend himself with his knife. However, he ended up being thrown far away, and when he got back on his feet, Shu unleashed more attacks, but this time, Shu tried to counterattack. Even so, it had no effect, and the boy ended up suffering from that attack. Desperate, he started running, Calling for help, however, Shu appeared again, saying that, "Where there are blades, there are people, and for that reason the blades were there." Then the girl delivered another attack at Chai, who then managed to defend himself with his knife. Exio said that a swordsman's blade was not limited by their own boundaries, but by the limits of their heart. Soon after, Chi maneuvered his body, managing to counterattack. However, Exio dodged, thinking that guy must have stolen her techniques, and for that reason, she had no doubt about it. She, lying on the ground, thought that thanks to his Kianko body, he had managed to decipher the secret of that soul mirror manual. Exio said that although she had given him that knife, the blade ultimately chose its master. However, his performance was not up to the level required to become its owner, and for that reason, he should prepare to take a beating amidst that battle. The protagonist thought that his master's strength was truly incredible. Exio said that her sword was reserved for those who could wield it with strength and skill, asking if he knew how to use it. Chai thought that even if his realm was confined, his sword remained divine in the midst of that battle. Chai asked the protagonist to give it his all until the death. Then, she delivered an attack toward the boy, and a gigantic explosion occurred. The boy barely managed to dodge, thinking that she had already merged with the sword, becoming one with her blade, and even without the power of a higher realm, she remained a formidable force to be reckoned with. Quickly, Exio appeared behind the boy, saying that he was way too slow, and managed to land a kick on him. Thus, the knife flew away, beginning to fall to the ground. Exio said that in a real fight, he would already be dead before he could even think. Meanwhile, the protagonist seemed to be very injured. Exio told him to stop pretending because she had used very little force. Chai, kneeling, begged his master to teach him the fire of the 9 heavens separation. Noticing what the boy was doing, Stezio became embarrassed, saying that she was just about to give him something truly special, asking why he was suddenly so serious, and if that was really what he wanted to do. Soon after, the boy took his master's hand, pleading for her to teach him that, because those movements she had made were truly incredible. Exio then said that they should first learn the fundamentals of it all. Amidst that situation, the girl wondered why the protagonist was suddenly holding her hand, because that was very serious. Chi, approaching the sword, said that he was learning some tricks, and for that reason he had to show what he knew. Soon after, the boy picked up that sword. However, he became very confused because it simply wouldn't budge from its place. Exio said that the heavens had not yet chosen him for that sword. Chi asked what they should do now. Exio said that he needed to prove himself to it. Chi, confused, wondered what his master was talking about. Exio said that although he had lost that fight, his potential was undeniable, and after examining his secret manual a few more times, she was sure that she had made a discovery, stating that it had been centuries since the last time she had wandered through the land of Kong, so she was long overdue for a little trip. Thus, they should take a journey to Dongting Valley. Soon after, Exio disappeared, and Chi thought that Exio could have at least told him that he had unlocked the secret to studying. At that moment, the second master appeared, saying that the protagonist was truly fantastic. Apologizing, the boy said that he had lost in a very terrible way. The girl said that a swordsman who gained the recognition of the 9 heavenly separation swords was a rarity in the world, where there were only 3 in total, asking if there was anything else that was unsatisfying for the boy. Chi said that he felt that something was wrong. The second master said that since he had trained with the sword, she asked if they should now teach him the art of illusions. However, Chi said that he was afraid it wouldn't work. The second master asked what was wrong and if he had accidentally cut one of his organs while practicing with the sword. Chi said that it wasn't that, he had just twisted his waist. The second master said that was great because she had a medicinal pill for those injuries, so it was the perfect moment for him to try out her newly prepared elixir. The scene changed again, and Chi was thanking his master for the medicine. His back really felt much better now. The boy closed the door, looking relieved, thinking that his master's illusion technique was truly incredible. If he practiced that again, he would definitely die. However, seeing that his master still had something in mind, he noticed that she had a worried expression at that moment. The system appeared, alerting him that there was a new mission and that he should go to a supposed holy city. She asked how he could be sent to the holy city and end up appearing in the middle of a wild place. The system informed him that by concealing and silencing the traces of his identity, he could remain a mystery to strangers, passing as a foreign merchant. She asked if the system even knew what their intentions were. The system responded that human heart was an enigma and even systems had difficulty deciphering it. The boy, in turn, questioned where the mission was taking place. The system began synchronizing the mission details with its host. As recorded in ancient tomes, that world prided itself on 3 magnificent and powerful continents. Beyond the Kangmin continent, there was the holy city and the land of the free. The holy city was under the rule of the empress and had been isolated from the other continents. For centuries legend had it that the empress was once accessible and realistic. The place was known as the land of the saint, but one day, the queen's behavior suddenly changed. She closed the great palace doors and her warm and welcoming nature was replaced by an icy coldness. A scene cut and Chi finally arrived at that village. The system informed him that it had not found any relevant information observing the situation. Chi said that this was definitely not good. Disguised, he infiltrated the midst of Kong, still afraid to reveal himself as a messenger. Because of that, there had to be some hidden secrets. A scene then cut to another location. A man was beside 2 beautiful women. Another girl seemed to be arguing, saying that the young man had agreed to drink by her side. Hearing that, the man began to laugh, asking her not to be jealous. He said that he would drink everything down to the last drop. The girl said that he was lying. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. It was revealed to be a girl. She said that this was the amount she had managed to collect. Taking the treasure, the man said that the girl could leave at that moment. The other man asked her to wait a moment. Approaching the girl, he asked what her name was. She replied that her name was Belle. The man asked if she was available for marriage. The girl responded that she was not because, in fact, she was an orphan. The smile on his face, the man said that this was very good. He remembered that his maid, who brought him money, was named Kai Ling and asked where she had gone. The girl said that she had some urgent matters to take care of at home, so she had to return. Even so, the girl had been instructed to assist her lord. Hearing all that, the man understood, saying that she no longer needed to keep collecting those funds and should let the other girl take care of those matters. And from that day on, she would have that position, and as long as she served him well, her rewards would not be lacking. Noticing the coin on the ground, the girl said that it was too much money, so she could not take it. Hearing that, the man began to laugh, saying that it was nothing special. Picking up the coin, the girl ended up thanking him. At that moment, the man grabbed the girl's hand, saying that it was very soft. The scene cut and Chai, meanwhile, seemed to be in a tree observing something. Looking down, he ended up spotting that girl from before. Another man seemed to be in that place, saying that the girl had quite a peculiar personality, and for that reason he absolutely loved it. Observing those men, Chai asked the system to analyze their levels. The system informed him that the 2 masters behind that young man had reached the state of Tangchu. Chai asked that he found joy in living in a fantasy world, even if it meant being a servant to others. The system said that when faced with immense profits, humanity was often driven by greed. Observing the system, Chai noted that it had changed lately. The system informed him that it was because he had been named, and for that reason it thought he might appreciate a communication style as if friends were meeting. In response, Chai was pleased, asking it to just continue that way. Soon after, the boy jumped down from the tree, saying that when one had a master from the virtual realm by their side, being destroyed shouldn't be that easy. The scene then cut to a lake, and that girl from before seemed to be there. Thinking about everything that had happened, Chai in turn appeared at the scene, beginning to observe the girl, saying that her fingers were rubbing so hard that she was about to peel them off, and for that reason he wanted to know what had happened in that place, assuming that even illicit things might have occurred. Changing the subject, the boy asked if all the system tasks he had received had been designed by the system itself, and because of that, he should know why those missions seemed to fit him so perfectly. Hearing all that, the system remained silent. The boy then questioned why the system was quiet. Then the system said that at the moment of choosing a host, their desires burned the brightest, igniting a flame that fueled their every move. In this way, the system had chosen Chai. The protagonist said that he was sure that this system was not the only one that existed, and the system informed him that it was on a mission, and for that reason had nothing more to say. Disappointed, Chai thought that he had long known that if he asked that directly he wouldn't get any answers. However, his master had already mentioned something similar. The boy had some limitations imposed by the system that could not reveal, and for that reason Yuan must have had some similar restrictions. However, she had pointed it out several times, apparently trying to say something related to that system, but he was not sure where she was from, what era she came from, or even how he could confirm those things. Soon after, the system asked what the protagonist's goal was when that girl left that place. She asked the system to just watch. The system had assigned the task of protecting that girl, but it had not informed him who might attack her, and for that reason, he could only investigate those who seemed suspicious. The system asked if that meant that the young woman was not the most suspicious one. However, Chai responded that it was the opposite, as that girl was the first suspect, because a poor girl who had been bullied was like a ticking time bomb ready to explode at any moment. At that moment, a voice called for the protagonist, asking where he was hearing that voice. He recognized it as the fourth masters. Observing the situation, the boy realized that the voice was coming directly from his chest, and Cassio said that after casting that enchantment earlier, she was now able to communicate from a distance. At that moment, a fireball appeared in that place, heading toward the protagonist. Thus, it was revealed to be his master, asking why he was not resting and practicing his skills in the village mountain, and for that reason she wanted to know what he was doing there. Chai said that whenever he arrived at a new place, he always sought to explore and familiarize himself with the environment. Moreover, he wanted to know why she was in that place, and if she needed his help with anything. Baxio said that her older sister had entrusted her with the mission of protecting the wealthy merchant named Mu. Chai said that the four immortals were like rulers of a kingdom, asking why they needed to personally protect someone. Baxio said that he only needed to follow the orders of the great master, asking why he was still questioning that, and for that reason, they should find that person immediately. Chai said that the girl mentioned that someone might attack Mu. However, Baxio responded that no, he had only declared that the culprit would reveal themselves that night. Moreover, Chai seemed particularly curious about that. The protagonist asked if that trip was not meant to be an adventure, and for that reason he should take it seriously. Axio said that her sister had the power of foresight, and because of that, countless crises had already been avoided before they even arrived, and it was no wonder that Yuan was the undisputed queen of Kangming's sacred realm, and for that reason she was wondering when she would reach the level of extraordinary enlightenment and transcendence of her sister. Hearing all that, Chai wondered why she had not been involved in this mission. Moreover, he remembered bumping into that mysterious man named Mu who seemed to reside in that same area, and that he had 2 bodyguards by his side, whose status it is should be self-sufficient enough that they didn't need protection. Axio said that Chai could certainly gather some useful information. The boy said that judging by his appearance, he really seemed like a trustworthy person, asking if they really needed to protect him. Axio said that her older sister had her own agenda. The scene then changed, and a person seemed to be watching a lake, saying that it seemed like something heavy was in their hands, but they shouldn't worry because it was just a bit complicated and it would be discovered eventually. The scene changed again. Su said that they shouldn't just sit around waiting for something to happen, and for that reason they would seize the opportunity when it arose and strike like lightning. 11, in turn, said that with the girl around, he was nothing but trash. Su, irritated, said that it seemed like he was eager to share his concerns, and for that reason Su would leave that task to the boy. However, 11 said that he didn't know about that since the order had come from his master. Meanwhile, someone seemed to be watching them, and in fact it was that person from the lake earlier, saying that the young man must be the one they had been following, but either he lacked skill or there was nothing to fear. Observing the other girl, they realized that it was Su of the 4 immortals of Kaming Temple. Wondering why she was in that place and what her relationship with that young man was. At that moment, Su noticed someone and quickly advanced toward that man. Su, confused, asked what had happened. The other man, surprised, said that it was very difficult to find him with that concealment cloak, saying that those were the legendary 4 immortals of Kaming, asking if they were waiting at the Bo family's gate just for him. Observing the young man, Su was surprised, saying that the man emanated a different aura, assuming it was divine. Refinement Xing, meanwhile, was watching everything in complete confusion, thinking that Su had been sent to protect that person. However, the other man was a god realm robber, and for that reason, he wanted to know what that man was involved in to attract so much attention. And for that reason, there must have been some information they were hiding about that mission. The system mourned that it was something functional, so the information it provided was all that was available. Soon after, Su said that few people with blades could reach the level of divine refinement. Drawing her sword, she asked if they should fight with a smile on his face. The man said that he was honored to have the opportunity to cross swords with the legendary Blade God. However, he wasn't in the mood for that at the moment. The scene then changed to the other man, desperate, asked what that noise outside was. The other man told him to leave everything to him, and for that reason he should stay inside because it was too dangerous. The man said that with those two by his side, nothing could scare him. The scene changed again, and that other man seemed to be observing everything at that moment. He suddenly leaped forward. Su said that the intentions of that man were very strange, and for that reason, his righteousness was refreshing and admirable. Soon after, that man advanced against the other young man from before, throwing his blade toward him. However, another man managed to block the attack. Mu said that he was afraid of dying, and for that reason he couldn't even stand up. The other blade-wielding man thought that the young man had a superior level of strength, but still with him and his brother together they could hold them off temporarily. Soon after, the man said that those two were only in it for the money, and for that reason he wouldn't raise a hand against them. Irritated, the two brothers asked not to be underestimated. Su soon appeared at the scene, saying that they should settle this one at a time, and for that reason they should remember when they agreed to improve their skills. The man said that it seemed he wouldn't be satisfied until he took down Su. Then he began casting an enchantment. Observing that, Su said that it was a strange time, wondering what the man was about to do. Various symbols then began to appear around the man's body, and a gigantic mist started to envelop the entire place. Mu, desperate, begged to be protected, saying that he would make it worthwhile and provide enough gold to make everyone's vault look like a centerpiece of attention. The scene then shifted to Chi, who was very desperate, searching for his master, saying that the mist was getting denser and denser. The girl then appeared behind the protagonist, saying that he should simply cut through that thick mist. Swinging her sword, the girl did just that. However, when she looked down, she realized that the man had disappeared, thinking that she had misjudged that person, as he was actually very powerful. Wondering where he could be now at that moment, a light appeared before the protagonist, and in a matter of seconds that man was already behind Mu. However, Chi apparently already knew all of that, as she quickly appeared in that place to protect that man, saying that the young man really had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. But soon after, that man appeared behind Chi again, where he had apparently been struck by that attack. Chi, meanwhile, was watching everything from below, becoming very surprised by what he was witnessing. Kadzif, meanwhile, was surrounded by a red aura enveloping her entire body. That man, meanwhile, was observing everything, thinking that the attack had been avoided, and that the chances of a quick victory were decreasing. Hezio immediately asked the young man not to move, because if he did, he would end up being killed. Meanwhile, another group comments that it was very hot in that place. The protagonist, watching the fight from afar, thinks that it was impressive. Because of the moment of contact with that knife, he infused his own spiritual energy into the enemy's acupuncture points. Furthermore, the goal of Shura's clown trial was in that location, and the spiritual power that the fourth master had released in just an instant was incredible. Because of that, he feared he had already been crushed to pieces, so that was what a high-level battle meant, and for that reason, he needed to grow quickly to become even stronger. Moreover, if he didn't have that system by his side, he would be as insignificant as an ant. The other guy says that all of this was very funny, asking if he was really going to die, because it felt like his body was reacting quickly, but his brain was lagging behind. Noticing something, Hizio quickly asks the other guy to move away, and at that same moment, another young man appears behind Mew just as he is about to land a blow on him. Another henchman manages to defend Chai, surprised, asks if that was a clone and if it had just been a technique to disrupt his vision that had just been cast at the same moment. The guy who was in front of Hizio disappears. Meanwhile, she was fighting against that other one from before. Soon after, he starts advancing toward Mew again, who then begins to beg for his life. Right after, the other brother appears, managing to block that attack, saying that his realm had been temporarily blocked because of that woman from before. Meanwhile, Mew was lying on the ground, saying that he was in a lot of pain and for that reason they should take that guy down immediately, asking how he dared to interfere in their plans, and for that, he would ensure that he had no place to rest in this world until he died. Meanwhile, Chai was watching from afar, wondering what his master was doing. Hizio wonders how the guy had done that, because only now had he definitely made contact with the real body, but in a matter of seconds he ends up into a clone. Chai, still watching his master, wonders if she wasn't going to do anything. Approaching the girl, he asks if she noticed anything peculiar. Hizio says that guy was like a magician, and for that reason they couldn't hit him no matter how much they tried, so they should sit and watch his performance, because even if they blocked him it wouldn't be able to cause a great effect. Handing over a candy, Chai asks the girl to eat one. Mew, watching the two, wonders what exactly they were doing, because they seemed to have some kind of fight with that guy, but even so, they were still sitting there. Soon after, the young man starts approaching the other two, saying that if they helped him, he would pay them with 8 in money. Hearing that, Hizio remains silent, and then asks if that place wasn't supposed to be safe, but even so, he shouldn't worry, because if anything happened, she would interfere. Chai, on the other hand, asks what was up with that attitude, and Hizio questions if he didn't think that was a little too specific, because that guy seemed like a doppelganger but moved with some basic pauses. Observing the situation, our hero becomes pensive, saying that in fact there was an imperceptible time difference, because if it were a clone, he wouldn't hesitate like that. Although those two individuals might have a lower status than his, when they joined forces in battle, they became unparalleled and unstoppable, and because of that, they could no longer underestimate them. Right after, that guy makes a seal from which more clones emerge. Chai and Hizio, meanwhile, watch all of that, stating that it was impressive how that guy was able to create so many clones, and then divide them in such a massive way, and if they were really clones, there were many of them, and if they were storing spiritual power, they would deplete their strength in less than half the time. Meanwhile, that guy was very desperate, wondering why the other wanted to kill him, since he didn't remember ever fighting with him. Right after, the guy asks the other man who had sent him, because if he knew, he would pay 10 times more than they had offered him, but at that very moment, the man thinks that money wasn't everything, because he clearly hadn't given it his all yet. And because of that, this would be a tough battle. The young man thought that the two of them could surpass him, but now it seemed that he was still definitely waiting for some kind of strength. The other bald guy says that they only wanted to make money, and for that reason, they didn't need to go that far. At that very moment, another guy appears, saying they should defeat him immediately because he had a lot of money and would pay whatever was necessary to get rid of that person. However, the man says there was no need to risk his life and limbs because of all that, and soon after, the two brothers approach that guy, begging him to finish off Moody once and for all, because if he did, he would solve many of their problems. The guy, observing all this, remains silent, telling him to leave that place immediately. Mu, surprised, asks how they dared to betray him like that, saying they should come back immediately to save him. Right after, Shu ends up standing up, asking what that candy was called, because she would need another one after she finished with that, picking up the book. The protagonist says that it was a candy called a lollipop, and besides that, it was very good. Approaching the other guy, Shu says she could handle it, besides he was very stupid, and for that reason he should leave that place because she couldn't stand looking at him anymore. Approaching the other guy, Chio says it was a shame that the young man wanted to kill that guy, while Shu wanted to protect him because if it were another situation, Shu would love to talk to him. Amidst that situation, Mu wonders why that girl wanted to protect him. Besides that, the holy city had not received any updates until now, but that did not mean his mission was a failure. The guy says that even if Shu were the legendary god of the blade and sword, there was no guarantee she would come out of that battle unscathed. Hearing that, the guy assumes she was one of Kangling's 4 immortals, and for that reason he could feel more at ease now since he had one of the most powerful people by his side, and because of that, he had a good plan from the beginning. Chio says she was quite intrigued by the abilities he was displaying because it was as if his reflection was shining on the surface of the water. The first line brought to mind a story her older sister used to tell her, and it was like an explosion from the past hitting her feelings. Directly drawing her sword, she asks him to forget about it because that story had lost its meaning, and the main characters had all been wiped out at that very moment. The system appears to Chi, giving him the task of protecting Mu. Chio, irritated, asks why he had to do that. The system mourns that he was on a mission, and for that reason had no comment to make on the matter. Changing the subject, Chi says he had 2 more questions, and would probably either drop dead on the spot or be transported to some strange scenario. Besides that, he never intended to be a mere spectator on the sidelines, and this time he was stepping up his game and leveling up. Approaching Tsu, the protagonist says he was so caught up in his own excitement that he had completely forgotten about him. Chio says the guy had surpassed the protagonist by 4 realms, and for that reason he had no chance. However, Chio convinced him that he could easily grab his sword because it was no big deal and he thought he might be able to catch that knife. Irritated, Tsu asks how he dares to say that in that place, but even so, it was fine because as long as Tsu was there, he could not die. Observing all that, another guy says he wanted to play the master and apprentice game. Irritated, the guy says that Kanglings for immortals were protecting a mere merchant like him, and for that reason the powerful had fallen quite a bit. Approaching Chai, the guy says that when he was his age, he was not as innocent and naive as he seemed, and at that time, his trusted blade had already tasted the sweet, metallic taste of human blood countless times. Thus, a flashback of that boy appears, showing him in the midst of a battle, and on his blade, an immense amount of blood was dripping. Returning to the present, the guy charges at the protagonist, saying that he had nothing to discuss with him, but if he got in his way he would meet his death right after. The guy ends up attacking Chai, who barely manages to dodge the strike, but immediately after he takes another hit, being thrown far away as he is falling to the ground. The guy charges at him again, delivering a kick to him once more, making him fall to the ground. The guy, disappointed, says that he was much weaker than he had imagined, and for that reason was an idiot. Filled with disbelief, he thinks that even by enhancing that guy's abilities, a protagonist was still very weak in a fight, and for that reason he would have no choice but to enter the fight. At that very moment, Chai ends up awakening, saying that he had done that on purpose. Observing the situation, the man thinks that the boy was really asking to be beaten. She thinks that in the previous battle the clone did not move, and was probably just a mirage, as if someone had pressed a pause button on a remote control. And because of that, some of the clones were merely fakes. His movement required a bit of preparation time. For that reason, he needed to figure out where he was. Sometime later, Chai was analyzing his system, where he ends up finding his ability, saying that it was time to show his true skills, but even so, he was very nervous about all of it. Then the boy seems to, with his hands, and several statues begin to emerge in that place. The other guy, observing his surroundings, says that it was truly astonishing to have the ability to possess multiple clones like that. However, that also meant that his spiritual power would be drained in less than 10 seconds. Besides that, those clones had to be very weak. However, the protagonist says that those clones could last at least 3 minutes in total. Right after all of them begin to advance against the guy. Exio, watching the battle from afar, was very confused, asking if those kids were playing around by any chance. Right after, a circle of water begins to form in the midst of that battle. The guy says that the protagonist was very weak for that reason. His powers were nothing special, and he begins advancing toward the real body. Then Exio, from afar, says the guy was too arrogant. The tip of her hand commands the young man to kneel. And at that very moment, he ends up falling to his knees on the ground. An arrow passes beside his neck. The guy is then very surprised because a mere arrow had managed to wound his body. Then, that little girl from before ends up appearing, saying that the arrow she had shot was coated with deadly poison, and for that reason, he was going to suffer. Besides that, Movement promised to take care of Haxioling, so he couldn't let the guy be killed. Meanwhile, the other young man was in total disbelief because he was about to be killed, and then he ends up collapsing unconscious on the ground. The other girl, scared, asks if that guy was really dead, because she had definitely just taken a person's life. Then, she begins looking to the side, observing that guy lying on the ground. Meanwhile, Exio starts casting some kind of enchantment toward that guy, and she affirms that he was really dead. The other guy asks if it was okay, ordering them to get rid of the body quickly because they shouldn't dirty his backyard. Hearing what her master had said, the girl confirms it, heading toward that body. Shitty, in turn, asks if he could help her. The girl says that it was an order from her boss, and for that reason she could take care of it herself. Exio, disappointed, says that the guy died before they could even ask him anything. Amidst the situation, she thinks that he still remembered that girl washing her hands by the riverbank, and for that reason she clearly despised that fat guy from before. The girl, noticing that Chi was staring, asks what it was, and the protagonist replies that it was nothing, asking Exio if the mission had really been completed. Then, the system informs that if the tasks were completed, the system would automatically receive the reward. Chivank, disappointed, realizes that the mission was still incomplete. Even so, it was good to see because that guy's death was still suspicious. And without completing the mission, the danger of Mon remained unresolved, supposing that there might even be a conspiracy in that place. Right after, Exio says that they should report everything to her older sister and leave quickly. However, the protagonist asks her to wait, saying that they had done a huge favor for that guy, and for that reason, they couldn't leave empty-handed, asking if she had never heard about the pot of gold, which was a great fortune. However, Exio replies that that money was nothing special. Chi says that with that amount, they could renovate the Kongming temple and even upgrade the training hall where they practiced their skills daily. Hearing that, the girl says it made sense. Approaching the other guy, the protagonist asks if he happened to have some reward for them. In response, the guy just laughs, saying that they had only saved his little servant, and for that reason had done nothing. Irritated, Exio grabs the guy by the collar of his shirt, asking what he had just said. The guy says that everything he had said was true, and for that reason, she should let him go. If none of them had any more business, they should disappear from that place immediately. Amidst that situation, the guy thinks that he would just pretend not to know who the God of Swords was, one of the 4 immortals. He hadn't mentioned his identity, so it was better to act clueless and move on. He asks if he felt safe now. Confused, Mo asks what that meant. Chai says that after he kicked the bucket, he would pack up all his treasures of gold and silver scattered throughout the mansion and take everything for himself. The scene then shifts to the girl beginning to examine the body. She asks how long he planned to sleep, starting the enchantment. She says that he shouldn't be dead at that very moment. The guy opens his eyes. The girl asks how the young man was feeling. He replies that it was just a small performance for him and that he never expected to encounter someone like that. Soon, the girl hands him an antidote pill and says that he showed a lot of faith in his archery skills, but at least everything had worked out, otherwise they could have been killed that day. Right after, the guy begins to feel pain in his face. The girl asks if he still hadn't overcome his fear of pain. The guy asks if she really intended to kill him with a poison arrow because he felt all its power. The girl replies that she didn't want to do that, but when she had the opportunity, she couldn't let it pass. Even so, the arrow didn't kill him, which made her think that she wasn't strong enough for that. Starting to get Up, the guy asks the girl to help him. Irritated, he says that he was hit by a poison arrow and that his progress had been interrupted by a blockage. The girl replies that she took the antidote before the battle started and that although they had lost time, they could still win the next one. The guy says that they need to plan this in the long term. Besides that young man named Shy had a very low cultivation level, but something terrifying about him revealed itself. With every gesture and expression, the girl says that even Lady Mingyan, who despised man, wanted to know why he was bothering to help that person. The guy says that he didn't have time to investigate the reason and that his only goal was to eliminate that guy. Time passes, and as the girl walks, the protagonist calls out to her, apologizing if he scared her. The girl asks if boy needed something. She asks if the body of that young man had been taken care of, and she replies that she had already burned it. She asks if it wasn't supposed to be just left on the iron, and the girl says she was afraid he might suddenly wake up, so she preferred to incinerate him. The protagonist says that she was erasing all the evidence, making it difficult to prove anything. The girl, confused, asks what he was saying. Shy replies that it was better to burn him to ashes, because someone that formidable could rise again and cause trouble. Meanwhile, the guy from before was observing the conversation, asking if everything was settled. The girl replies that it was. The guy then says that the girl deserved a great reward. Shui, deep in thought, states that burning the body was very suspicious. He says that the night is young and the dew is heavy, and that you should find a place to capture them, but in any case, sooner or later he would resolve. That the scene shifts and Shui is serving fish to show. The girl asks what she could do for him. She asks why she wouldn't use her abilities to light the flames, and the girl replies that her flames were powerful enough to destroy everything in their path, so they wouldn't work just to light his firewood. She asks how she wanted him to use them. The girl says that she wouldn't get into a war of words with him, but would give him a demonstration of how to light that flame correctly. At that very moment, Shui begins the enchantment and a gigantic circle of fire appears. The girl asks if he learned. Kai replies that he didn't learn anything and that even his food was burned. Irritated, Shui says that he was a foolish person, incapable of understanding such a simple concept. Shui asks why he should learn that since he had his fourth master by his side. Embarrassed, the girl asks if he was so attached to her, stating that she could be his master, but not his puppet. Shui asks what she wasn't, and the girl replies that she wasn't his wife. Shui, hearing all that, becomes very confused. Changing the subject, the boy says that he feels like that young man is still alive. Shui says that she personally inspected that body and that he was definitely dead. However, Shui says that it could be some kind of trick. Shio says that playing dead, on the other hand, was a completely different story, asking if he had any proof. Our hero says that that guy had reached the realm of divine refinement, but was hit by a poison arrow so easily, and for that to happen, the archer must have been above the forge of the gods. Dexio, in disbelief, says that it was impossible because that girl would never hide her cultivation level, asking if he had any idea how difficult that was to do. Chi asks if there was any possibility that his fourth master had already blocked that guy's realm from the start. Dexio then says that she wished she could, asking if he was saying that the other girl needed to cultivate beyond the stage of divine refinement, and that's why that guy could have been hit by that arrow intentionally. Even so, she wanted to know how that girl dared to play tricks on her, and for that reason, she should teach her a lesson. However, she ends up not letting her go. Embarrassed, she asks why he was suddenly holding her hand, and why he was standing still when that girl was in the filthy house at that moment and could be planning something if they arrived too late. That guy could die, asking how they would explain that to her older sister. However, Chi replies that that girl wouldn't appear silently at that time. Zao asks why. Chi says that the other guy was probably still trying to fake his death. Right after, the boy starts eating that fish. Irritated, Zao asks him to finish his sentence before starting to eat. Chi says that Mu had 2 qualified protectors, but if that guy wanted to defeat him, he would only need a little more time. Even so, he wanted to know why that guy had used that child to falsely defeat him. And there was definitely more to it than they could see something about Mu that they were looking for. Zao, understanding everything, thinks that the girl was probably trying to gain Mu's trust amidst that situation. Chi says that it was inevitable. The scene then shifts to that girl sitting in a chair. Mu then appears, saying that it was Phoenix Premium tea, handpicked especially for her. The girl, taking the tea, thanks him. The guy asks what he could do for her, and for that reason, tells her not to be shy, since she had saved that old man's village and the master was once again her benefactor, and no matter the conditions, he would definitely fulfill the girl's wishes. The girl replies that she didn't want anything except to continue serving by her master's side. Hearing that the guy is surprised, the girl says that she refused to spend her whole life as a humble peasant, and that was her true heart. So if it were him, what would he do? Then, delicately, she apologizes. Hearing all that, the guy is surprised. Laughing, he says that he liked that very much, and from now on, she would stay by his side. Meanwhile, the girl thinks that it was important to show a little ambition so as not to seem too insincere. Circling the young man, the girl thanks him. Time passes, and she appears to be lying in a forest in the middle of the night. Soon after, he ends up encountering a mosquito, then slaps it. The boy thinks that he wanted to sleep, but there were too many insects in that place. Besides, he couldn't believe that Axio could sleep under those conditions. Right after, the boy tries to wake his master, who then confuses the protagonist with her father, asking to let her sleep a little longer. Shy says that he had thought she was a foolish person, but in the end, she had a father after all. Besides, sleeping on the ground hurt his back a lot. He would have to find another place to rest, but in any case he would walk around a bit to explore. As he walked, the boy thinks that he should have stayed in bed, surrendering to his laziness. Sometime later, the boy ends up coming across a person, realizing that it was that little girl from before who seemed to be dipping her feet in the water. Then, she calls out to the girl, saying that he was Chai, the person she had met earlier today. The girl says that she was helping the young master, who had shown kindness before, and for that reason, she remembered him, asking why he was wandering around so late. Chai says that the same applied to her since she wasn't sleeping, asking if she had something on her mind. She then responds that the heat was unbearable, so she wanted to go out for a bit to cool off. Meanwhile, the girl wonders if it was just a coincidence, as it seemed like that guy had been following her the whole time, and if he dared to make a strange move, she would definitely defeat him. Right after, the boy says that the person who had been killed earlier was quite interesting. Hearing that, the girl is surprised, and then she activates her enchantment. Laughing, she asks how that could be considered a good person. Ki asks if someone who kills shouldn't be called a hero, and if Mu was a villain, shouldn't she be helping or favoring his evil actions? The girl says that Khan trusted his lord to provide the means for his family's livelihood. Meanwhile, anything else no longer mattered to her. The boy asks if she had someone to protect, or even someone she would risk everything to save. Right after, the scene cuts to a person observing the protagonist through a system screen, thinking that the boy seemed to have a very interesting story, and because of that, he would digitize his memories to search for more relevant images. However, the system does not allow him to access that. The unknown figure then begins to observe the conversation between the two. A flashback of that girl from before appears, with several people despising her, saying that she shouldn't come near the village, even calling her a monster. She then begins to leave that place. And in the meantime, she was carrying some kind of creature. The inner man from before ends up appearing in that location. Shortly after, the scene returns to the present, with the girl saying that she had no one to protect. Chi says that when someone has a person they want to protect, they become unbreakable, like a fortress of steel. Hearing that, the girl remains silent. Chi then stands up, saying that he hoped all her wishes would come true. He needed to find as quickly as possible the people he wanted to protect. Hearing those words, the girl remains silent. The scene cuts again. Dick's shoes still lying on the ground. As she begins to wake up, she wonders where Chi had gone, because before going to bed, he had walked for what seemed like an eternity, talking about that girl from before and the man who had been killed at that moment. Chi appears at the location, feeling very happy that his master had woken up. Chi, surprised, asks if she hadn't sensed his presence. The girl says it was impressive because he had already learned to hide his aura very quickly. For that reason, you must really be a prodigy in training. asking what his next step would be and if he was planning to stay there to adventure. Hearing that, the boy becomes thoughtful, stating that he still had to remain vigilant. His goal in coming to Kang's End was to train, asking when the fourth master would teach them some interesting moves. Right after, Chi grabs the boy by the hand and starts leading him to an unknown place, saying that the food and sleep there weren't very good, but if they spent a night in another part of the mountain, he would see how to truly rest and rejuvenate for the next day. Time passes again, and the two seem to be arriving at the right place. The girl says that there was a teleportation point nearby, and for that reason it could use it later. Chi asks why she didn't give one of those great tools to her disciple. However, Chi says that he didn't need that kind of sacred great tool at his current level, and for that reason, he should have one in about 200 years. Hearing that, the boy says it was a huge exaggeration. Then, he asks the system if he could use sacred great items at his own discretion. The system informs him that they could be used in certain circumstances. The boy thinks that the time to elevate his abilities was now, so the internal circle evaluation system might suddenly work. Then, she approaches his master, who says that her talents were inferior to his, and for that reason, it would take at least 200 years for her to reach his current level of cultivation. Disconcerted, she wonders why that guy was always staying around her lately, as it didn't seem to be something related to friendship. Chi says that people say a good master teaches their disciples well, but she didn't seem to have any intention of teaching him properly. She warns that they were taking him to a place to cultivate his skills, something that even her sisters and she had already discussed. Before changing the subject, she asks how his third master was doing alongside Yuan, supposing that the third master might even be sick. However, Chi says that everything was going well, and besides that, they were going to that place only so that she could sleep peacefully. His master then ends up closing the door, leaving the poor boy outside feeling very disappointed because now he would have to sleep outside. He was still thinking about the illness that the third master might possibly have. Right after, a tail appears behind the boy, and it is revealed that a fox was beneath him, assuming that it might even belong to his second master. Then the boy asks if she was not asleep yet, and besides that, wants to know why she was there at that hour. However, that fox simply seemed confused about something. At that very moment, the second master appears above, asking what Chi was doing and if something was wrong. Chi, surprised, says that the fox was not actually his second master transformed. The second master says that it was her spiritual companion, asking why Chi was in that place that night. Our hero says that the fourth master had been tasked by the grandmaster to protect a man named Mu. That was a curious task, but the fourth master was already up to the challenge. The second master then assumes that the mission had already been completed. Chi then asks for her opinion on the use of medicinal supplements for cultivation and whether it was considered a dark practice. His master replies that it depended on the context, questioning what the problem was and if he was feeling that the path of cultivation was too arduous, thus seeking a shortcut, and if that were the case, she had some elixirs that could give a quick boost of several levels in a short time, and even some that could reignite his virility and vigor. The boy says that he didn't need that at the moment because his strength was always present. Hearing that, the second master says that she was very eager to witness it. Hearing what his master had said, the boy is surprised. After all that conversation, the second master says that the next day she would teach him sword techniques and then the basics of illusion magic, and those were things that only she knew as well. Leaving the place, the girl says that illusions are some seriously fun tricks. The scene changes again, and that guy from before seemed very nervous, saying that they could not fail once again. The scene shifts with Axio saying that to master the sword, one must first pull down the celestial curtain, asking how he could have a sword and not practice with it. Observing the protagonist, she asks why he was just looking at her, as he should draw his sword and face the situation like a warrior. At that very moment, she begins to unsheath his sword. However, he is surprised by what he sees. Axio asks why he suddenly screamed because he scared her, and if he couldn't lower the celestial curtain, it meant that he had mastered the art of his sword. At that instant, an aura begins to emanate from that sword. Our hero, confused, asks what was happening, and that aura grows larger and larger. Then it ends up sucking both of them in. They end up being transported inside the sword. Right after, they seem to be in an unknown place where there apparently was a giant volcano. She asks if that was the test to choose a master, and if for that reason Axio had probably been there before. However, the girl says that she had never been in a situation like that before. Amidst the situation, she thinks that it meant there was an entire system operating inside the celestial veil sword, and although it had a different design, that thing was definitely a type of system. She asks if it was the system that created that thing, or if it was some kind of teacher. However, the system warns that it had no idea what that was and couldn't even connect to it. Looking at his master, Chai wonders if she could also see it, or if he was just getting carried away with his thoughts. Above them, a screen indicates that the giant system seemed to be issuing some kind of mission. Shortly after, the protagonist starts looking at his sword, asking his master if she, by any chance, wanted to fight. Axio says that she had no idea there was such a fun place to be, and that it seemed like a great place for spiritual training. She asks if she remained quiet at noon because she hadn't figured out the situation yet. Right after, Axio asks the boy to pick up his sword and fight her, as he shouldn't let her teach it without trying something first. Following his master's orders, our hero grabs the sword, but in a matter of seconds his master was already in front of him, striking an attack towards the boy, but Chai barely manages to dodge. Then he ends up calling out his master's name, saying that he wouldn't mind if she shared her wisdom with him. She asks him to keep his eyes open for movements and techniques because she wouldn't bother teaching again, and mastering the art of the blade wasn't just about swinging a sword. She then launches another attack and Chai barely manages to dodge, thinking that it was incredibly fast. With no time to think, Su advances again, saying that he shouldn't let his emotions and mindset control him. Chai once again manages to defend the attack. However, that force was incredible, and he thinks that even without channeling spiritual energy, that technique was very powerful. Su leaps again, landing on the ground. Save that the boy wasn't bad at all and was probably improving little by little. Meanwhile, Chai thinks that thanks to the mystical power of the sacred body of Chen Kuan, he was able to understand everything the fourth master said and did with ease and without effort. Charging at the boy, Su asks him to keep practicing and not waste even a single second. However, our hero seems to have his eyes closed, but shortly after, he opens his eyes and successfully defends against Zu's attack, saying that she had taught him with such dedication, so he couldn't dare lose focus. Their attacks collide, but Su quickly prepares another strike and launches it at the protagonist, who apparently had been hit. However, the boy manages to defend himself and quickly moves away, saying that he had meticulously recorded every word she had just spoken, and Su states that this truly counts as learning as well. Then the girl calls out to the protagonist, saying that he should look to his left, asking what it reminded him of because she demanded an answer in a matter of seconds. Zu's blade seemed to be about to strike the boy, but a system assisting him ends up revealing the skill he could use to defend against that attack. Without wasting any time, our hero uses it. Su says that he had finally regained his awareness. Curious, she asks what move he had just performed and how he managed to block her sword with just his hands. Besides, he needed to be quick and cunning in the midst of battle. The boy thinks that if this became too logical and reasonable, he might lose his persuasiveness, and besides that, he needed to come up with an excuse to avoid revealing this system's existence. So the boy says that he had already figured out Zu's move a long time ago, which is why he was able to defend against it. Su questions whether her sword strike wasn't impressive enough, and because of that, a mere brat from the elemental oceanic realm managed to break it, asking if he even knew what he was saying. At that very moment, the system informs him that Zu's fury level was increasing rapidly. Xia says that he knew what he was talking about because it was the second time he had said it. She always criticized him, but in reality he was the one who always let her have her way, stating that the girl was very weak. Hearing all that, Su begins casting an enchantment, stating that she would see how many times the protagonist could withstand that attack. Amidst the situation, the protagonist feels very disappointed, saying that the downside of doing that was that Sue would be completely enraged, but even so, she might even forget what she had asked earlier, and as long as he mastered that skill, he could end up bypassing that situation, and with ease, he would be able to win. Then the protagonist manages to block the attack with just one finger. Determined, Sue begins a sequence of sword strikes, but Xia easily defends against all of them, thinking that the fourth hour might feel long, but Zu's mental defense was definitely crumbling. Shortly after, the girl appears to be very tired, then she ends up dropping her sword, and with tears on her face, she says that it was bullying and that she wanted to go home because he was the worst student she had ever taught, and ironically, also the only one who had ever done that. She thinks that the girl always cried when things didn't go her way, and for that reason, they were like a pair of bitter rivals, always at each other's throats. At that very moment, that red system from before appears, saying that it was shameful, and even Chi's own system says the same thing. Both systems, in turn, appear and state that they had never seen someone so shameless and audacious in their entire existence. The scene shifts again, and another day had already arrived. Meanwhile, Chi was holding his sword, asking if he really had to be treated so despicably. The system informs that no matter the process, the heavens had finally acknowledged him. Even if he was a shameless person at that very moment, that other system appears, saying that it was unlikely that anyone would accept the challenge on his own. Hearing that, the boy becomes extremely disappointed. Right after, he arrives and says that it was impossible amidst the situation. Chi thinks that he might have gone too far. Then the second master appears. Axio, realizing that it was her sister, begins to cry, saying that she could no longer teach that person because he was hopeless, and that none of her attacks were landing. Besides that, she was too weak, and for that reason, needed to go into seclusion for training. She was on a mountain for serious soul research, so she wouldn't bother with the trivialities of the world. Because of that, she would entrust her three sisters and see them again in about 3,000 years. Hearing all that, her sister asks her to wait, asking what had really happened. Meanwhile, Chi thinks that they would just have to keep making up new lies, otherwise, with her temperament, she could disappear without a trace. Then the boy approaches his fourth master, telling her not to doubt herself so much because in reality what he had shown earlier were life-saving skills that his senior master had secretly taught him, and that ability was not something that could be used at any moment, and after using it, it would take a long time before it could be activated again. Daishao asks if that was really true, and Chi responds that it was true at that very moment. The girl seems very relieved and convinced. She says that she already knew that because the last time they fought, you were still kneeling at her feet, and the life-saving skills of her older sister could easily withstand her attack, so it all made perfect sense. Changing the subject, Daishao says that she was going to sleep for a bit, but when she woke up, she could let her older sister teach some hallucinatory illusions. Besides, the fundamentals she was teaching that day were crucial, so he should memorize them well. Hearing that, John replies that he would do so. However, Daixio's intelligence wasn't very high, and he wasn't someone who could be easily fooled. Besides, when they were in the mysterious ocean temple, Kasego was worried about the possibility of being caught. A second master says that now she understood. Approaching the protagonist, she says that she didn't like people who lied, and that if Daishao caught him lying to her, he would definitely regret it later. However, men with secrets always piqued her interest, and because of that, the time had come, and for that reason, she would embark on a cultivation journey. So she prepared a lot of potions for him to test everything in the name of progress, and later, she would teach the same enchantment that she had used on the young man before. Right after, the girl holds the protagonist's hand, telling him to stop daydreaming. He asks if he needed to learn the art of seduction, and if that would really be useful to him. The second master says that if one day his charm could enchant her, then he could consider himself a master of the craft, and because of that, he should continue refining all his skills. Time passes again, and the boys seem to be pondering what they had discussed, and he thought that he might lose 2 vials to the second master, so that should be achievable. However, if he tried to trade his pills for the system, there was a high chance of losing a huge amount of points. Then the boy asks if he could choose 2 vials of elixir for the second master. She then replies that it was up to him to decide those were just invigorating tonics. Great for restoring vitality, so there wasn't much difference between them. Right after, the boy takes the vials, thinking that the feeling of getting something for free was truly great. The second master says that the practice of illusion required innate talent, and the more vivid the imagination, the better. Creating a dreamlike experience was as easy as incorporating visual and auditory elements. Her nine-tailed fox clan was born with a natural talent for mastering that type of magic. Compared to humans, they understood the art of illusion more easily and quickly. Shortly after, his master opened a box and said that it was a gift the fox emperor had given her when she left her family. That item was a strand of the fox emperor's hair. Originally, it represented her dowry, which was later inherited by her husband on their wedding day. For that reason, she would give it as a gift to the protagonist. That way he could form a contract with the nine-tailed fox clan and learn the art of illusion. Hearing the entire explanation, she said that the item was too valuable and for that reason he could not accept it. A second master replied that her marriage plans had failed, so that item no longer had any value. She insisted that he accept the gift. She had commented that such a person must have both appearance and skills to enchant anyone. His master said that it was a long story, but since he had become her disciple, it was only a matter of time before he discovered everything, and that was just one of many things he would learn in the future. Meanwhile, Chai thought that from the look in the second master's eyes, it seemed like she was hiding something, but since she wasn't willing to share, he didn't insist. Approaching the boy, the second master said that she had never touched a young man's hair before, so if it was uncomfortable, he should let her know. She began to comb his hair, and the boy responded that it wasn't bad. The second master explained that mastering the art of illusion required a remarkable mental fortress. Human practitioners of this art usually resorted to various techniques to strengthen their resilience and mental endurance. She asked what she meant by that, and she said that he would find out later. She placed a strand of hair on the protagonist's head, and at that very moment, a glow began to surround the area. The strands seemed to merge into the boy's hair. The second master commented that compared to the average person, practicing illusionism was like effortlessly gliding through the clouds. The protagonist thanked her. She said that it was time to pass on the secrets of illusion magic to him, and that he should prepare himself. In the next moment, the two were in a forest. The master said that illusion was the wonderful creation of the mind. It could profoundly impact a person's thoughts, emotions, and even actions. By manipulating the senses for their own benefit, they could lure their enemies into the traps they had prepared. They were in a mystical realm, synchronized, and she only needed to follow her lead and observe every movement. She asked the boy to close his eyes and imagine along with her, asking if he could hear the sound of the waves. Kag sat on the beach to meditate, opening his eyes. He said that it really felt like the ocean. She explained that if he could summon images in his mind, he could create his own world of fantasy. He found the ability fascinating and then looked back, asking where his second master was. Looking forward, he saw someone and called out to them. The person looked at him, seemingly worried about something. He asked if they had seen someone who looked like them but was a little older. At that moment, he realized that it was just a fragment of the illusion. He wanted to understand why his master had created a little girl like that. Someone called out to the boy's name. The second master appeared behind him, and he felt relieved to see that it was her. He asked where she had gone. She asked if he had understood the method of illusions. Chai wondered why she was changing the subject. The second master said that she had not entered the illusion before, but that didn't affect anything since they were spiritually connected. It was just a matter of learning. Kale said that he had understood. She approached him and said that she would teach him how to calm his emotions. She asked him to close his eyes and feel the flow of spiritual energy. Before he realized it, he was already inside an illusion. The scene cut to Chi walking. The second master appeared, lying on a table. She opened her eyes and said that it seemed like he had seen something. The scene returned to the protagonist, who appeared to be training. He started remembering what had happened before. Then a box appeared. Chai thought that this method of learning was similar to his school's. Now he knew what he needed to do. He left the training room, but realized that he had forgotten something. Although he had started training, only half a month remained if that man from before caused trouble during this time. The period would be even shorter. His master should have been aware of that, but still, they had chosen to take Kongming to train while Chai was reflecting. Yuan appeared and called for him. She, realizing that his master had returned, asked how the third master was. Yuan replied that she was resting in the Valley of Medicine and would return later to take care of her. Chai said that that day the second master and the fourth had started training with him, but the initiation had taken almost the entire day. There were only half a month left until the internal sect evaluation. Even if he was a genius, that short amount of time wouldn't be enough to become stronger. Right after, Yuan begins to invoke an enchantment. She hands a relic to the boy, saying that it was a gift. The item was called the Glass of Time. It was a divine artifact that, when activated, created a unique space-time for him. Observing the relic, the young man says that it was very rare. He asks if, with his current level, he would be able to use it. Yuan warns that it was different from other artifacts because it only needed to be used. She thanks his master and states that it would definitely be something very important. Yuan asks if he was confident and if he had an infallible plan to succeed. Chai says that his heart was racing and burning like fire. Hearing all that, Yuan remains silent as she starts to leave. She says that she would return in a few days to see how he was progressing in his training. Watching his master, the young man asks her to be careful. At that moment, he begins heading to the Valley of Medicine. She comments that he knew a few things about atomic bombs. It hadn't been just a coincidence before. With that treasure, 1 hour could be as significant as 5,000 hours of training. Without wasting time, he uses the relic. A strange portal appears in front of him and, like an idiot, he enters the portal. 2 days pass and, in a random location, an explosion occurs. A crater forms that wasn't surprising because, in reality, it was the protagonist who now even had a beard. Chai, excited, says that it was incredible and asks the system to inform him of the time. The system mourns that in the realm of Kili, more than 27 years had passed and 3 days would be equivalent to 2 days in the real world. The hero comments that with all that, he was able to reach the 7th stage of the manifestation realm. He remembers that his master said she would see him 2 days later, so it was already time to leave that place. Although only 2 days had reality, he had lived for more than 27 years picking up the artifact. The protagonist says that he understood what the system meant. 27 years could be a lot for an ordinary person, but for someone who had gone through the life of cultivation, it was just a blink of an eye. That's why it was called immersive cultivation. Right after he exits the portal, some creatures were watching him. They seemed very relieved because if he had stayed any longer, their entire species would have been extinct at that moment. A portal appears in front of Yuan. Beside her were the other masters. The protagonist emerges from the portal. The 3 masters welcome the young man with his tattered shirt. He appears, saying that it had been a long time since he had seen his masters. The second master says that he had changed quite a bit. Only 2 days had passed, but still it was difficult to see him like that. Then Su begins analyzing the protagonist's body. He asks if something was wrong. She responds that he had reached the manifestation realm, and that was incredible for an ordinary disciple. It would take 40-50 years to reach that level. Because of that, Yuan was a true genius. Changing the subject, the second master asks where he had eaten or lived in that place. He responds that he had thoroughly inspected the area, but everything was empty. Besides, the wind was very cold. A single beast could serve as food for a long time, so he didn't have much difficulty. In fact, he felt a bit guilty for eating the demonic beasts, but thanks to them, his cultivation speed improved greatly. At that moment, a set of clothes appears over him. Yuan says that his clothes were in tatters. Since he had reached the manifestation realm, the next phase of training would be easier. When the third master returned, he would organize the next stages of training. At that moment, Axio seems to notice something. She comments that the teleportation talisman left behind was reacting, so she needed to check it. As she starts leaving, she says she would check it first. She takes the protagonist along. Yuan asks her to rest a little, but the girl responds that there was no time for that. Meanwhile, the second master asks Yuan what she thought about the Protagonist reaching the manifestation realm in less than 20 years Yuan didn't seem happy about. A scene cuts to another location. A house was on fire. A man was cornering Mu, saying that this was the last time she would chase him. Mu asks if even if she handed it over, she would still be killed. She questions who hired him, as she would pay 10 times more to be spared. The man says that not everything could be bought with money. For that reason, he was already dead. At that moment, a bolt of fire appeared in that place. A silhouette of 2 people emerged from the flames. Observing the situation, the man said that it wouldn't be so simple at that very moment. The protagonist and Zhao appeared in the battle. Looking to the side, Yuan noticed Mu lying on the ground. At that moment, Yuan remembered a task from the system. After 27 years, he had almost forgotten. Right after, the boy kicked Mu, telling Zhao that he hoped he hadn't killed the guy. Approaching the group, the man said that they had finally reunited. Observing the protagonist, the man asked Zhao if that was the boy from last time. He asked if Zhao had replaced him with someone else because before, he was very weak. Yuan said that only 2 days had passed. Even so, the man had already forgotten about him. The man began analyzing Yuan thoroughly, noticing that his physique seemed much stronger. Zhao prepared for battle. She said that if that man had killed Mu before, there would be no need to meet again. The man said that it seemed like Zhao completely despised that guy. Even so, she was by his side. Zhao said that she was just completing the task her master had assigned her. Changing the subject, Yuan asked her as Xiao Lendong was, but the man said he didn't know who that was. Yuan said that she didn't understand why he was hiding his connection with that person, but even so, she didn't care. The man said that everyone knew that the 4 immortals of Qianming were benevolent rulers. As his last wish, he asked them to let him kill Mu, but Xiao said that they couldn't do that. For that reason, they should begin the battle immediately. The man said that the immortal Xiao was quite ignorant. Right after, the protagonist began approaching Mu. At that moment, that girl from before appeared again. She said that she was 1 step away from getting what she wanted. She asked if they could let them go. Yuan said that they were always saying the same thing, always wanting to kill that guy. Even so, they should leave the rest of them, but the girl said that there was something much more important that they couldn't understand. At that moment, a system mission appeared. The mission informed that Mu was severely injured. Because of that, Yuan had to heal him. Drawing her sword, Yuan said that if the girl didn't answer her questions, she would extract the answers by any means necessary. For that reason, they would be forced to fight. The girl said that she knew he had become stronger. Even so, she was much better. However, she said that the boy was a good person. For that reason, she didn't want to hurt him. Yuan said that both of them were in the manifestation stage. For that reason, he shouldn't hold back. The girl was surprised, said that 2 days ago he was in the foundation establishment realm. She asked how that was possible, assuming that he was probably hiding his strength to extract information. Even so, she didn't care about that. Either way, she would still win that battle. Then, the 2 began exchanging blows. In a matter of seconds, the girl began casting an enchantment. A circle of water started to surround her body. Several water mirrors appeared. Numerous clones of the girl advanced toward the boy. Meanwhile, the other man was observing the situation. Ezio asked if he had cultivated all of that time for nothing. Meanwhile, our hero had his eyes closed. He thought that all of this was just an illusion. Remembering all the lessons from his second master, he believed that he could find the real clone that way. Right after, the boy placed his sword on the ground. He wondered if, by chance, all of them were real. Then, she disappeared from the girl's sight in a matter of seconds. He appeared above that place. He cast a fire magic enchantment. He said that sometimes there was no need to understand anything. He just had to hit them all at once. Meanwhile, the girl tried to dodge the attack. Right after, she appeared with a flaming sword, looking like something out of an anime like Demon Slayer. He said that from the beginning, she had been at a disadvantage. He mentioned that it was the sword technique his 4th master had taught him. Right after, he launched the attack, but the girl managed to defend herself. Even so, it wasn't enough and she ended up being knocked to the ground. Meanwhile, the man observed the situation, thinking that he should target weak points. The protagonist began getting closer and the girl. Meanwhile, the battle between Axio and the man continued, but in the end, the man fooled. He approaches the girl, saying that she should obey because she still had a chance. Axio says that the disciple under her guidance was more than enough to deal with him. Hearing this, the man laughs. He states that the one who didn't understand was Axio, the confused protagonist. Hears the man say that they only needed to defeat the weakest link. Right after, the girl leaps and begins chanting an incantation. Several water mirrors appear once again, observing the situation. The protagonist realizes that it was the same move as before. The girl appears above the young man, asking her companion to advance because she was already ready. Then the man throws a dagger upward. Seeing this, Axio wonders if that was his deadly technique. Axio tells Chai to get out of there immediately. However, he realizes that the boy is cornered by the mirrors. Axio throws his shield to protect the boy. At the same moment, the man advances against Axio. He says that if Axio was his opponent, he shouldn't be distracted. Axio states that the man was using his core power to strengthen himself. She says that the man was risking his life, but that still wouldn't be enough. Right after, Axio delivers a blow, but the man disappears. He reappears in front of her once again. He says that he could deceive the protagonist and Lin Dang with severe injuries, but he couldn't do that with her. He mentions that although he didn't know what happened to her, it was obvious that she was no longer in the realm of the refining god. Axio observes the situation in silence. The man suggests making a deal, saying that he only wanted to defeat Mu. Without a word, Axio advances to help the protagonist. However, the man appears, delivering a blow to the girl. She manages to dodge and counterattacks immediately. The man calls Lin Dang, saying it was time to act. At that moment, one of the water mirrors appears from within it. The girl emerges once again. She seemingly manages to dodge the attack. Axio says that the man was using another person's body to block the sword. She states that this was despicable. The man apologizes, saying that killing without intent could not bring victory. He states that at some point he would defeat Mu. At that moment, the man summons additional clones. They manage to strike the girl completely. They even manage to freeze her. The man says that she possessed the power of the radiant ice soul. He states that this explained the decline in her realm. Meanwhile, Chai remembers a conversation with his master. She had given him a talisman that could guarantee his absolute safety. The boy grabs the artifact, thinking that he could not let anything happen to his master. He believes that even when angry, she always unsheathed her sword to protect others. Although she had not mastered the 9 years fire, he would not let anyone hurt her. At that moment, the protagonist uses the artifact. A giant aura begins to form around him. The surprised girl realizes that the spiritual pressure was immense. The magic circle starts growing larger and larger. The water portals begin to disintegrate. At that moment, a spiritual form of Yuan emerges. The surprised girl wonders what power that was. The man, seeing this, appears irritated. He realizes that Yuan's spirit was standing before him. He recognizes that she was the great leader of the 4 mortals of Kongming. Right after, the girl asks the young man to be careful. She summons a water shield to protect him. However, the shield is quickly shattered. The man, observing the spirit, thinks that he was trembling with fear. Drawing his sword, our hero says that he would not allow him to harm his master. Then he raises his sword to the sky. The other spirit also raises its hand. The girl says that aura was terrifying and that they definitely couldn't win against it. At that moment, Yuan launches her attack beside her. The spirit also attacks. Both attacks collide against the other man. Apparently, he had been defeated. The other girl watched everything in that battle. She knew that the defeat had already been decided. It was impossible to defeat a man like that. Right after, Yuan immobilizes the girl, saying that everything was already over. Meanwhile, the other man was lying on the ground. The girl had tears on her face, saying that in the end, she couldn't do anything for him. Right after, she also falls to the ground. Yuan asks if the person she wanted to protect was that man. He questions what exactly she was trying to do and why she wanted to defeat Mu. Lying on the ground, the girl says that her dream was to go back home. Her friend was marked as a traitor and became a fugitive wanted by the royal court. He was supposed to be the hero of the holy capital, but that wasn't true. He had suffered for a long time under the tyranny of the company. When they were about to succeed, Mu betrayed them along with the people. As a consequence, the holy capital closed all teleportation matrices. They cut off all communication with the outside world that man was one of the few who possessed a teleportation talisman. This talisman allowed him to enter and leave the holy capital. That was why they wanted the talisman so badly to be able to return home. They were very close to achieving it. As soon as they gained his trust, they would find out where the talisman was hidden. Hearing all of that, the young man was surprised. He said that even if he trusted the girl, he would definitely never reveal something so important. Then he started asking the system what the deadline was to protect Mu. He wanted to know if the mission would fail if Mu died in any way. The system mourned that the mission would only be completed when the young man was healed. He asked if that meant he should take care of that man and then he could kill him. The system replied that the death could not be directly at the hands of the protagonist. Time passed and Chi was with his second master. She informed Yuan that they had already returned the second master through Mu to the ground. Yuan asked the young man to provide all the information. Observing the situation, Chi thought that this was worse than death. Yuan said that those two problems had been resolved by the second master. Later, Chi would have to meet with her and his third master. Chi said he would do so but mentioned that the fourth master was injured and frozen in a block of ice. He asked what was going to happen. Yuan explained that the fourth master had a fire spirit. She was frequently punished by the third master by being frozen in a block of ice. Even so, there was no need for concern as she would be healed at some point. The scene changed again to Chi in another location. He found himself in front of his third master. Shortly after, the girl opened her eyes. She realized that Chi was there. The boy said that he thought his master was sleeping. She replied that she was tired and ended up falling asleep while waiting for him. Changing the subject, she asked the young man to come closer. She mentioned that the elder sister was meditating inside the house, therefore he needed to wait a little. She suggested that he sit down to rest. Sitting beside the protagonist, the third master said she had heard that he had reached the nascent soul stage. She commented that in a short time he had changed a lot. Chi asked that his master was recovering well. He said he was worried about her condition, but Yuan replied that there was no hope for her anymore. Chi said he didn't know what had happened to her, but as long as he was there, she would be fine. Hearing that, the third master was surprised. Right after, she kissed our protagonist, leaving him very embarrassed by what had happened. He wondered what he was feeling about the provocations of his third master. Changing the subject, the third master said that Yuan was ready and had organized his next schedule from that day on. She herself would guide Chi in his cultivation. Standing up, she asked the young man to follow her. The scene cut and the third master seemed to be opening a door. Looking around, she noticed that the place was very hot. The third master explained that this room was designed by the elder sister to balance her cold body. For that reason, that would be the training location. She commented that if Chi felt too hot, he could take off his shirt, as there was no need for formality between master and disciple. Shortly after, the girl began to guide her disciple. The two ended up sitting somewhere. The third master placed her hand toward the protagonist. Confused, he asked what that meant. She replied that his heartbeat was too fast. Because of that, it would be better not to cultivate at that moment in battle. That could be more harmful than beneficial. Observing the situation, the third master assumed that it could have happened because she touched the protagonist. Chi, confused, asked if something was wrong. The third master approached him. She asked why her cold symptoms gradually disappeared when she touched his chest. She assumed he might be carrying some kind of special art. Then she lay on Chi's body, thinking that it was caused by him. It seemed as though there was a flame that did not burn his chest. Meanwhile, Chi was confused, wondering what was happening. It was extremely sudden. Because his master was beside him, the girl asked what he had done in the past few days. Stammering, Chi replied that it was nothing special. He was just learning some techniques with his fourth master. The girl said that before, she didn't feel special to him. That's why she wanted to know why she felt better just by being near him. Hearing that, Chi remained silent. Then he asked if she said that her body was as cold as ice, and if she needed warmth to balance it. He questions whether this was related to the training of the nine-tailed blade technique of the fourth master, because that skill belonged to the fire element and his Tianmu was a fire weapon. Standing up, the girl said as she wasn't sure, but being with him was very comfortable. She states that this was something she definitely shouldn't say. However, his body was truly very good for training. Hearing that, Chi remains silent. He thinks that she really saw him as a training mannequin. The third master says that it wouldn't take long before this could no longer be hidden. When his vital energy was completely exhausted, he would find out he was her direct and only disciple. That's why he would have the responsibility of protecting the Kaming temple in the future. Besides, she herself didn't have much time left. The elder sister and the second sister were always looking for a cure for her. The reason they accepted disciples was also because of this. If one day she could no longer suppress the cold within her, it could bring disaster. Many lives would be sacrificed at that time. The disciples they personally trained would take over the realm. At that moment, the third master begins to take off her tights. She says they should put their concerns aside for now. Teaching Chi was the priority that day. Then, the girl pushes the protagonist. At that moment, she summons an ice sword. A seal appears on her forehead. The entire place begins to be covered in ice. The third master charges directly at Chi. He grabs a piece of ice. She says that from that moment on, if his emotions were disturbed and he couldn't remain calm, the Jade Spirit's sword would sense his aura and attack him. She states that she would demonstrate this with a strike. That's why he should rest his head on her lap. Chi, doing so, asks what the girl was going to do. Then, the third master starts looking up amidst that situation. Chi thinks that now he knows why Saisho told the boy to stay away from the third master. A one-day break felt like the longest 3 years, but when the woman asks him to rest his head on her lap, she demands that he remain very calm. However, that weight was immense. Thus, time passes and the day dawns. The third master, meanwhile, seemed to be sleeping at that moment. She wakes up, wondering if an entire night had already passed. Looking to the side, she notices that Chi was alive and feels relieved. While watching the boy, she realizes that a giant light was surrounding him. The boy seemed to be meditating as well. She says that he had definitely reached enlightenment. The third says that it was good that he understood that after he completely mastered the 9 flames of the sky, she would teach him the ice god technique. Otherwise, trying to cultivate fire and ice techniques simultaneously without proper breath control could lead to deviation. In battle, the greatest enemy was anxiety, and the more dangerous the situation, the stronger the opponent, the faster he could calm down, the more powerful he would be. And from night until morning, he should learn to stabilize his emotions in the right way. Hearing all that explanation, Chi, determined, ends up accepting the challenge. Approaching the protagonist, the third master says that feeling his warmth during the night helped her regulate her breathing. That's why it was extremely comfortable. She says that he should keep her company more often. Also, he shouldn't use the Jade Spirit sword against her again. Then she starts leaving that room. At that moment, Yuan suddenly appears in the place, saying that Jingang's skin was much better now. The third master asks why Yuan was there and looked so tired, irritated. The girl says that she had to deal with some matters the night before. She asks if he trained well with the third master yesterday, and Chi responds that she had taught him how to adjust his emotions. That's why he thought he had finally managed to do it. Yuan says that the third master was the goddess of the frozen sky sword and that her sword attacks were invisible. With a single strike, she would seal the opponent's throat. That's why if he could master this technique, he would fit in very well on the battlefield. At that moment, Yuan begins to stagger due to exhaustion. However, the protagonist manages to catch the girl, asking if she was okay. Yuan replies that she was a little tired. She mentions that the internal Sect exam was approaching, and that's why he and his 3 masters should return to Kaming first. Chi, in turn, says that he would stay to help. However, Yuan says that there was no need because, with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to help her. The third master says that if her elder sister said so, he should return and focus on the internal Sect exam. Accepting to do that, the boy thinks that he still had a long way to go and that even if he fought with all his might, he would likely be defeated. Thus, the days pass and the day of the internal Sect exam finally arrives. The masters, along with the protagonist, were prepared and the boy had even changed his outfit. Approaching Chi, the second master asks if he knew who had made that outfit. Chi, in turn, asks if it was her. However, the girl responds that she was busy dealing with other things, and asks where she would find the time to do that, so there was no one else but Xie who could have made the outfit. Xie, embarrassed, asks why they were discussing that when the internal sect exam was about to begin. The second master says that her sister worked day and night without sleeping to make that tunic for him, so if he didn't pass the internal sect exam, she would be extremely disappointed. Chi says that the fourth master usually didn't think much about him and asks why she made a battle tunic for him. A second master, irritated, asks if he had really forgotten about that. She questions if he didn't remember making a bet with the fourth master to qualify for the internal sect. At that moment, Xie ends up shutting her sister's mouth so she can't say the rest. She states that they should focus on the main task first and discuss this later. Meanwhile, Xie thinks that all of this was because of the bet, and he definitely couldn't forget about it. At that moment, Lin Dang appears at the scene. He says that his friend asked him to deliver something because it might be useful. Xie, taking the artifact, thanks him and asks how the young man was doing. Lin Dang replies that he could already get out of bed, and he asks if he was really going with them to the holy city. Remembering everything that had happened before, our hero says that he hated betrayal and that, after receiving the information about the pass, he would take them back to the holy city. Lin Dang says that they were already grateful for having their lives spared, and that Xie didn't need to do anything more for them. He states that Xie is one of the disciples of the four immortals of Kaming. If he wasn't well treated, it could affect the relations between the temple and the holy city. Xie asks them not to overthink and says that they should just wait for him to return from the external sect. Exam time passes, and the ceremony finally begins. One of the disciples explains that there are only two ways for a member of the external sect to enter the internal sect. The first is to be exceptional enough to rank among the top 3 in the sect exam. The second is to register for the internal sect exam and achieve the necessary score. He mentions that the lowest ranked participant on the scoreboard will be expelled from the sect, and he adds that that day, a disciple of the four immortals would be taking the exam. If he ended up in last place, it would be humiliating for the four immortals. Suddenly, a boy is knocked to the ground and, irritated, asks who dared to do that. His friends run to help him and explain that the one who pushed him was Ying was a disciple of the Earth Gate, chosen by Honggue for the internal sect exam. Grabbing the boy by the collar, Ying apologizes, saying it was just a distraction. He asks if he should compensate him for medical expenses. The boy replies that it's not necessary. A girl intervenes, asking Ying to let go of the boy. Irritated, Ying throws the young man away, and he falls near Chai. Ignoring the situation, Xie starts to leave. Noticing Chai, Ying recognizes who he is and asks if he is the disciple of the four immortals. He claims to have heard that when Xie became their disciple, he was only at the first body stage. Ying questions how he could have passed the exam. Chai replies that he climbed the steps with his own feet and broke the formation with his own hands. Ying comments that Chai is very arrogant and says that he deserves a beating. Chai patiently responds that he didn't bother anyone. He says that if he hadn't been called, he wouldn't have said a word. Xie asks if that really justifies being attacked. Chai decides to leave, but Ying invokes an incantation, saying that he didn't authorize his departure. Chai easily defends against the attack and suggests that if Ying wanted to compete, he should do so in the internal sect exam. He questions the rush to fight. Xie thinks that the disciples of the external sect are underestimated by people like Ying. He wonders why someone from the internal sect has such an explosive temper. Changing the subject, Xie comments that when he was Ying's age, he was still playing in the mud. Furious, Ying demands an explanation, and Xie willingly responds that he was clear. The system informs Chai that he has gained more anger points from Ying. Xie asks the system for Ying's level, which reveals that he is at the 5th stage of core condensation. Chai Lassen comments that Ying at the 5th stage would never defeat his 3rd stage of the nascent soul. He tells Ying to keep dreaming. Ying, surprised and furious, exclaims that this is impossible. He wonders how Chai managed to reach that level so quickly. Xie comments that the sect has strict rules prohibiting fights between disciples, but he says you want report him to the elders since they both belong to the same sect. Ying, irritated, provokes him again, saying that Chai is just an external sect disciple. Before he can attack again, a girl interrupts him, saying that he has gone too far. A voice emerges, questioning whether Ing has no shame. Chai, surprised, notices an unfamiliar woman. Approaching, he thinks that he hadn't even noticed her presence. Ing calls the woman Xian Bai and admits that he already knew she was around. Xian Bai criticizes Ing for getting angry over something so trivial. She asks if he really expects to pass the internal sect exam. Ing tries to justify his actions, saying that Chai is arrogant and deserved to be taught a lesson. Xian Bai reprimands Ing, stating that it doesn't make a difference. Another disciple tries to calm Xian Bai, saying that Ing had no bad intentions. Xian Bai firmly demands that Ing apologize to Chai. Reluctantly, Ing obeys and apologizes. Xie, in turn, wonders why Ing fears Xian Bai so much. Another girl approaches Chai, apologizing for her companion's behavior. She comments that Ing has a temper but is a good person. As she leaves, the girl says she hopes to see Chai in the internal sect exam. Chai responds that he will do his best. Another disciple comments that the internal sect exam is like a battle to the death. He questions whether it shouldn't just be a competition for first place. The other guy says that it was just mutual slaughter and that no one ever left there. And scathed then, Xie begins to approach that group, who, upon noticing his presence, start to move away. She asks if they knew any information about the internal sects. The other guy says they were small pawns of the sect and weren't even qualified for it. Xie asks if the internal sect exam was like a battle royale. The other guy, surprised, asks if Chai really didn't know what the exam was about. Chai says that in recent years he was just a piece of wood hidden in the library, so he wasn't concerned with the outside world. The guy says that, simply put, it was a battle royale and the more aware one was, the more points one gained. Xie, in turn, asks if he knew who the competitors were that year. The guy tells him to watch out for Xian Bai because she seemed a bit unusual. Changing the subject, the protagonist ends up thanking him, saying that if he heard any rumors, he should inform him again. Then he starts to walk away. The group is very surprised, realizing that Chai had changed a lot since he entered the internal sect. Time passes and Xie finally arrives at the exam site. The boy then begins to observe his surroundings. Meanwhile, Axio and the second master were watching the place. Axio asks why she was following him, and the girl questions why he was there. Axio says that he was afraid that Chai would lose, and if that happened, the lottery for the grand ceremony would be considered worthless. Besides, the second master should be in the VIP seats watching the event. However, the second master says that he should be doing the same. Chai places a bet, and Axio starts leaving the place, irritated. The scene then shifts to another location with a guy asking for a ticket. However, the other young man says that if he didn't have money, he shouldn't interfere with his business. Then, the young man grabs the other by the collar, saying that he should hand it over quickly. Recognizing the other young man, the boy asks if he wasn't a candidate for the internal sect exam, and therefore wants to know why he was buying tickets. However, the guy says that those tickets were for his sisters. Thus, the guy quickly hands over the tickets, giving them to his sisters. The guy asks them to make sure to find good seats because he would meet up with them after the exam. Then, the protagonist appears behind the guy, who then notices his presence. Excited, he asks if he is the man called Chai. However, his sister says that it was just an image projection of him, so he should mistake him for someone else. Looking at the image on the poster, he realizes that the boy doesn't resemble it that much. Chai says that, in fact, he does look quite similar to that person. Determined, the guy says that he really wanted to fight the protagonist. Chang, surprised, asks if it was supposed to happen right there, and the guy responds that yes, it was. Chai says that he wasn't the one promoting the fight, and because of that, he was just a spectator watching the battle. Another girl approaches the protagonist and says that he really is Chai. Then, the other sisters begin grabbing Chai, asking him to fight their brother. The guy says that once they enter the exam, he might not get the chance to fight Chai, so he just wanted to do it before the internal sect explanation. It was just a friendly training match, so they should stop before things got too serious. Having no other choice, the protagonist ends up accepting the battle. Thus, the two are already facing each other. Meanwhile, several people start gathering to watch the battle. Chi thinks that the guy's name was Jing, and that, since he was at the third stage of the nascent soul realm, judging by his age, He seemed to have much more battle experience. His current advantages were the system he possessed along with his sacred body, so this should be an interesting battle. Then, the guy's sister gives the signal to start the fight. Both quickly charge at each other. Chai throws a punch, but the young man manages to dodge. He successfully counterattacks, however. The guy almost hits his lower parts. Chai, surprised, thinks that the guy was so fast that he couldn't react and that his fighting style was very different. Soon after, the guy thanks him for letting him win. Chai says that a strong or weak opponent inspires one to become stronger and, surprised, he thinks that he had learned his movements without even using his sacred and invincible body. Determined, the protagonist asks to spar again. Surprised, the guy thinks that his kick just now would usually crush an opponent's fighting spirit, but Chai dared to fight again, showing incredible determination. He didn't seem to have much combat experience, but there were rumors about him. It was said that he was an unknown figure from the external sect, who had quickly become a promising candidate for the exam, and how could he respect himself if he used his most powerful techniques to face him? After all, no one had ever endured a full sequence of punches from his martial art. Meanwhile, Chai recalls everything he learned from his third master, thinking that he should calm his emotions and regulate his breathing. Shortly after, the young man opens his eyes and starts the battle again. The other guy throws the same kick as before, however, Chai manages to defend against the attack without wasting time. The young man delivers another blow. Chai observes the situation and notices that the young man's strikes were very low. He realizes that the openings were exposed and tries to block from the front. But even so, wasn't enough. Soon after, Chai is defeated. The Zio appears and realizes that she shouldn't have said Kai's name so carelessly. Then the second master arrives. She reprimands Zio for following Chi again and asks her to focus on her task. Lying on the ground, Chai reflects that his battle instincts are still very lacking. He realizes that he is far from that person's level. Soon after, the sister scolds her brother, saying that he should change the names of his moves. She also criticizes him for shouting during the fight, considering it embarrassing. Chi appears again. Surprised by what he is seeing, the young man comments that they couldn't finish the fight because his sisters were eager to find their seats. The boy was strong, but still unfamiliar with battle strategies. Another sister calls the protagonist and comments that her brother was a martial arts fanatic. She hands a cloth to the protagonist and asks him to wipe his sweat, saying that she would be cheering for him from the stands. The protagonist, hearing all that, is confused. The four siblings then leave. Chi thinks that the young man's hands were full of calluses. He concludes that the young man trained rigorously every day, and because of that, he wants to face even stronger opponents. Meanwhile, the young man starts laughing like a madman. The other sect members observe the scene in confusion. Soon after, the protagonist laughs even louder, leaving the others afraid of what they were witnessing. Time passes, and Chi seems to walk away from that place. Zao talks to the protagonist and asks him to find a secluded place for them to talk. A blue circle suddenly appears. Yuan emerges and informs him that she was busy with some matters and couldn't return. She states that she received information about a spy with unknown intentions in the area. Yuan instructs the protagonist to stay vigilant and use the teleportation talisman in case of any emergency. She also asks him to notify the third master if he has the opportunity. Yuan expects good news from the internal sect exam and warns that Chi would be killed if he didn't perform well before leaving. Yuan promises to return as soon as possible. The protagonist, relieved, thinks that even his master's projection was terrifying. He decides to notify his three masters about the spy, but he realizes that this year there were many participants in the internal sect exam. Suddenly, someone touches the protagonist's shoulder. It was the third master, who comments that there was still some time before the exam started. She asks him to accompany her to the inner room as she needed his assistance. Meanwhile, the sect members are impressed by something the girl whom the protagonist had previously defeated appears again. The sect members comment on her attire, saying that it looks strange but beautiful. The girl comes across Yuan and is happy to see him. She says that she came to that place specifically to watch him fight, and she states that if he won, there would be a Reward for him, the third master observes the situation and does not seem pleased. She begins to leave, saying that he seemed busy and that she wouldn't disturb him. Yuan, surprised, asks why. His master seems like she is about to cry. He asks if she would prefer to resolve the matter at another time. The girl says she understands but mentions that she would like to exchange spirit stones for new clothes. Later she adds that the clothes should be in the latest styles. The sect members become irritated upon noticing the good relationship between the protagonist and the girl. The system informs that anger points are gradually increasing and suggests that he continue acting that way. Meanwhile, the third master seems very frustrated. She approaches the protagonist and states that she is really in a hurry. Yuan thinks that he should ignore the matter. Chai concludes that his master wasn't trying to compete with the girl for him. Soon after, the system informs that he gained several anger points. Accumulating those points, according to the system, would help him on his path to the pinnacle of life. Yuan, surprised, comments that reaching the pinnacle of life before his third master even finished teaching him seemed crazy. The third master then calls him, saying they should leave quickly. Yuan informs the girl that he will see her again later. Meanwhile, he thinks that collecting anger points from people seems incredibly easy. Among the disciples, an unfamiliar girl watches him from a distance. She comments that he was the new disciple of the four immortals, and that even the master of Azura seemed to like him. At that moment, she notices something. Soon after, the other girl from before appears. The two stare at each other intensely. The scene shifts to the protagonist beside his third master in another place. The master comments that she needed his blood and approaches the protagonist. She explains that when she was near him, the cold she felt seemed to be suppressed. That's why she thought that blood fusion might prolong this effect. Then his master takes the protagonist's finger. Yuan, surprised, wonders if she was really drinking his blood. The feeling was very strange for him. Asking what she felt after drinking his blood, his master replies that there was no difference. She concludes that the blood fusion method didn't work and asks him to forget about it. She orders him to participate in the ceremony and continue taking the pills from her sister. To improve, Chi asks if there was anything else he could do. His master then notices an ice mark on his thigh. Chi, surprised, tries to cover it up. The third master asks what was wrong, but the protagonist replies that it was nothing. He wonders if his master was truly unconcerned or just testing him. The master warns that if the ice didn't subside, the situation could worsen soon. She comments that rushing to the medicine valley at that moment wouldn't help and asks if Chi would mind if she tried to resolve the issue right there. Soon after, she starts removing her clothes. She asks the protagonist to come closer. Chi thinks that he was really losing control. The master asks him to hug her and questions whether he was hesitating, having no other choice. Chi approaches and embraces her. She comments that the cold seemed to ease a little now. Then she asks him to hug her from the front, saying that it was much better that way, and she asks him to hold her a little longer because she was still very hot. Changing the subject, Chi asks how she contracted that condition. She replies that it wasn't a disease but an accident during her transformation. Then she asks him to help her get dressed. Chi picks up her clothes and assists her. The third master comments that in the internal sect exam, he must come in first place, otherwise she would not forgive him. Time passes and Chi finds himself at the entrance of the internal sect exam. He reflects that he still hadn't accepted being used as a test subject by his third master. As he enters the place, someone places a hand on his shoulder. Chi turns around and asks what the problem was. The young man introduces himself as Shu Druklamubin, and he states that therefore, Chi must be the famous disciple of the four immortals. Looking at some pictures, the protagonist asks what they were. The guy says he was researching the profiles of the competitors and did not expect to meet Chi in person. Showing the poster, he says that this was Miss Tao, who was not only kind but also had an incomparable figure. Chi asks if he was researching profiles or just admiring them. The guy says that people said Miss Gong was the strongest female disciple below the fifth stage of the nascent soul in the internal sect. She seemed delicate, but a single punch from her could leave someone lying on the ground for years. Shortly after, the protagonist thanks him for the information but states that he needs to reach the internal sect ceremony. Then the guy asks if he was really ready for it and if he had any idea what the four immortals represented within the internal sect. Those people were pure stars, untouchable and inaccessible, yet the four immortal goddesses had come to that place because of the protagonist observing the situation. Chi says that the guy was nothing more than a stalker. The guy says that Chi was already a target and was doomed in that internal sect exam. However, if he spent 5 spirit stones to buy information, he would become his ally. Wanting to leave, the young man says that wasn't necessary. Besides, General James once said that the only thing he expected from him was first place, and unless he didn't want allies, he didn't need that. For now time passes, and the man states that there was nothing particularly special about the internal sect exam, and because of that, you wouldn't bore anyone with a long speech. That year, 30 disciples from both the internal and external sects were participating, which was far fewer than the previous year. However, there were many outstanding disciples this time, and he was eager to see their performances. Soon after, all the disciples gather around a magic circle. Then a boy begins to fall to the ground, but Chi manages to help him. Noticing that it was that woman from before, the boy thinks she was really beautiful, and he asks her to be more careful where she walks. Shortly after, the area where the disciples stood seemed to have been enclosed by a magic circle. The elder states that the footage of the internal sect exam would be broadcast live and would continue uninterrupted until the exam ended. Meanwhile, Hexio was watching everything. The second master asks if she was feeling unwell or if there was something urgent she needed to take care of, and if she had something to do, she should leave again. However, Hexio says she had nothing to do. The second master asks her to. Girl says she was worried that the protagonist wouldn't pass the exam, which would be shameful for all of them. The third master states that she wasn't just worried about the protagonist passing, because she had used her divine sense to analyze him. Moreover, her true form was the glacial snow. Lotus Hexio says that since they understood her intentions, she would pretend to have a stomach ache, and if the 6 elders asked, they should say that she had returned to the divine temple of Kongming to rest. The second master tells her not to worry because the protagonist had forgotten about his bet and was just pretending to be oblivious, and if she waited, sooner or later, all the pieces would come together. Hexio says she wasn't thinking about that, and changing the subject says that she was leaving. The second master comments that the girl was no longer hiding her feelings without realizing it, and that her disciple was truly interesting. The scene then cuts back to the internal sect exam. The other girl states that this year's exam location was the Dark Forest, located in the southeastern part of the Kongming realm. Entering the area, the protagonist begins to observe his surroundings, commenting that it looked like an ordinary forest. However, as the girl had mentioned earlier, the candidates should focus on survival. What could it be? Were there monsters or other dangers prepared inside that place? The other girl says that the exam is point-based and therefore the entrance would be open for everyone. There were crystals scattered throughout the exam area, each worth 1 point. They should use any means necessary to acquire the crystals and then keep them until the deadline. All the rules were simple, and because of that, it should begin now. Wishing everyone good luck, she hoped they would all survive. Thus, the exam begins as the protagonist enters the portal. That girl says that he should survive. After entering the portal, she feels confused, wondering if that girl had really said something to him. Then another girl appears among the other candidates, asking them to step back a little. She approaches the protagonist, saying that she was only suggesting a possibility and that the decision was his. Her master had instructed her to form alliances with competitors at the start of the exam. According to the rules, everyone was a potential enemy, but early alliances were advantageous. She wasn't sure if he had already formed an alliance with someone else, so she wanted to confirm before entering. She thinks that based on that girl's strength, she was formidable, making her a strong contender. Forming an early alliance with her could be a good choice. Changing the subject, the girl says that she knew he was worried about the higher stages, therefore he didn't need to aim for first place. She only wanted second. The prize for first place was a magical artifact that wasn't very useful to her, but the divine grade petal awarded to second place was what she needed. It was crucial for the martial arts technique she was cultivating, so she should form an alliance with him. She asks why she believes she could win. considering that before becoming a disciple of the four immortals, he was only at the first stage of the body refinement realm. The girl says that she was using a concealment technique and was probably hiding his true energy. For that reason, he should accept forming an alliance with her, having no other choice. The protagonist ends up accepting right after the girl hugs him, saying that she would guarantee his victory in the championship. The scene then cuts to Zao, who was very frustrated because she was worried about Chai once again. The scene shifts to the disciples taking the test. Another candidate finds a crystal and quickly runs toward it. Meanwhile, Chi and his companion walk through the forest. Chi comments that walking could be too slow and asks if she was sure that was the right direction. Right after, the girl asks him to look up. They then see the crystal. The girl asks if Chi believed in her intuition now, and he replies that he did. The girl, starting to whisper, says that there were two people in the tree listening to their conversation. Chi didn't understand the situation, and soon after, he leaps to try to grab the crystal. At that moment, a person appears. However, Chai manages to protect the crystal. He immobilizes the other young man. However, the crystal ends up being thrown. It flies toward another candidate who was hiding, but then another girl appears, asking how he dared to steal her crystal. She then manages to retrieve it. Chi, watching from afar, realizes that the guy was easily defeated. Meanwhile, the other candidate tries to grab the crystal. However, the protagonist appears behind him, attempting to strike him. The young man, however, manages to dodge, and the crystal ends up falling to the ground. The guy asks what Chai was doing, but right after, he gets struck by the girl. She then feels relieved because they managed to recover the crystal. Moreover, those two opponents have been very difficult to deal with. Soon after, the girl hands the crystal to Chai. He comments that she was very strong. She replies that he shouldn't say that to a girl hugging the protagonist. She asks if he would continue to protect her because that way, she could help him win the test. After all that battle, the number of participants is reduced to 28. The scene then shifts to a person lying defeated on the ground. The other girl asks if there had already been the first death. Her sister asks if something was wrong. The girl comments that she was stronger, but even so, she was timid and afraid of everything. Her sister asks if she didn't find that dangerous because this internal sect evaluation encouraged everyone to kill each other, and the black-haired girl says that they were there to kill, and that was the year they were infiltrating the internal sect, pretending to be fools and hiding their own cultivation. Her sister says that was true, but it was still dangerous, asking if she happened to hate her. However, her sister says that she wouldn't be angry with her even if she were angry with everyone else. Because of that, she should forget about it and just do what needed to be done. Soon after, she hands her a sword. Her sister says that she was forcing her to do this again. At that moment, the girl's expression changes. Then she finishes off the young man who was on the ground. Her sister says that she always said those things, but never hesitated when it came to doing it. But the girl says that it was her sister who ordered her to do it, and that she was only worried about getting hungry. The black-haired girl says that when they were in the external sect, finding blood had been difficult, but during this evaluation, killing was not a big problem, and because of that, it was necessary to take advantage of the opportunity. Hearing all of that, her sister remains silent. The other girl says that she was covered in blood, and then she gives her a kiss, saying that she preferred her clean. The scene then cuts to another location in the forest. The other girl says that the forest was dense, and that even though there was no sunlight there with such broad daylight, even fireflies could be seen. As they walk through the forest, she thinks that the girl could easily win the exam without him. Moreover, there were many excellent choices for this exam, but even so, she ended up choosing him. Soon after, the system warns him not to forget to use the spiritual space to train, and Chai says that he would do it when he fell asleep at night. Soon after, the other girl slips on a branch. However, Chai manages to catch her. Thus, time passes and the girl asks if Chi had a plan. He replies that the crystal collection encouraged competition and everyone would definitely fight each other for them. The girl responds that he was right and understood what he meant. However, this was a competition where fighting was inevitable, so those who preserved their strength until the end would have the best chance of winning, and even if they didn't win with more crystals at the end, there was no need to waste energy prematurely. That's why it was better to steal victory from someone else at the end. Amidst the situation, Chi says that if they could think of this, others would do the same soon after. The girl begins to remove her shoes, saying that, looking at past evaluations, few people had managed to hide successfully and always ended up getting caught in all kinds of incidents. Then she asks the young man to hand over his crystal. After that, the girl throws the crystal into the water. She explains that with the crystal, they were targets, and without it, they had no reason to be fought unless the goal wasn't the crystal. Soon after, she asks the boy if they should take a break. Meanwhile, Zao, in her spirit form, wonders why Chi was doing that and treating the evaluation as if it were a joke. Soon after, another person appears in the place. Then it is revealed that it was the third master. Also in her spirit form, the third master says that she had cast a barrier around them so no one could see or hear them. Zao asks why the girl was in that place, showing her hand. The third master says that was the reason. Zao, of surprise, questions how that happened, as the elder sister had given her a new pill, supposing that her body had developed a tolerance to those medicines, which were now useless. Once again, the girl reverts to her original form. She says that not even the treatment from the medicine valley had any effect. That's why they should hurry and find Yuan soon. The third master says that her sister was currently dealing with urgent matters and that they shouldn't disturb them. Besides, she had come for another reason, because the internal sect exam wasn't as easy as it seemed. Then a flashback appears. Our young man says that he had something important to report to the masters. The first master used a holographic communication talisman to inform him that there was a spy among the participants in the internal sect evaluation. The third master asks if there was any other information. Yuan replies that there wasn't yet, but she insisted that the third and fourth masters should be informed because she believed the situation was serious. Returning to the present, Zao begins to observe the other two. She says that the guy didn't seem worried about the things around him. Then the third master stands up. Zao asks what she was doing at that moment. The girl throws something. She gets the other girl, who immediately falls unconscious to the ground. Yuan then begins to look around, assuming they had been ambushed, but at the same moment, the third master appears, and beside her, Zao was also present. The third master says that she had set up a sound barrier for her. Inside it, no one could see her or even hear her voice. She asks him to open the spiritual space of the time glass. Yuan, in turn, seemed very confused by all of this. Zao asks what he was waiting for, as he should do it quickly. The boy then obeys and does what his masters had asked. Thus, all three end up entering that space-time. Meanwhile, the other creatures seemed very frustrated because that guy had returned, and this time with even more people. The third master says that there were spies in that place now. He was only at the nascent soul stage. If they left, they feared they wouldn't be able to fully protect him, and in the worst-case scenario, she and Zao could keep Yuan in his spiritual space for nearly 4 years. That would allow him to reach the next realm. Soon after, the boy accepts the offer. He says that he wouldn't disappoint them. He would make sure to become stronger quickly and get them a ticket to that battle. Curious, the young man asks what they were going to learn. The third master says that first, they would build a house. At that moment, Yuan looks confused. Zao says that they would be staying there for 4 years and asks if he planned to sleep outdoors. Besides, they would be cutting down some trees, but without using abilities, because they would rely only on basic physical techniques, and that was the first step in learning the techniques. Zao, along with Shizuka, seemed to be sitting in the middle of the forest. Shizuka asks why she was upset, and the girl responds that Chi always gave people nicknames, which meant they could give him one too. He was her disciple, belonged to the 4 of them, and she simply didn't like seeing him next to other women. Shizuka asks if she happened to like the protagonist. Zao says that he had said he would marry her if he lost the bet, and because of that, she was willing to accept the result. Her sister says that if Chi didn't marry her, she would kill the boy. However, Zao responds that it wasn't necessary. Thinking that her sister was truly terrifying, she comments that when she was younger, she had a group of friends, but none could withstand her strikes, and now that she had been promoted to the immortals, she had no friends left. Ever since Chi arrived, all of them started feeling happier, so she hoped they could stay together forever. After all that conversation, our hero suddenly appears, saying that he had already gathered 20 trees and asking if that was enough. Shizuka then asks to see his hand. However, Chi seemed unwilling to do so. Standing up, Shizuka says that a disciple cannot disobey a master's words. When she takes the boy's hand, she notices that it was injured. Chi says there was no need to worry. Zeo says that if his hand still couldn't cut down a tree without getting hurt, he was still far from being good. Shizuka says that his progress in cultivation was faster than normal, but the first realm was still slow. And it was like an ancient hidden tower. No matter how magnificent it was, when the storm came, it would collapse easily. Hearing that explanation, the protagonist thanks her, saying that he will continue chopping trees. As he walks away, Shizuka watches the boy, remembering the moment she held his hand. The scene cuts to Chi, who was breaking several trees, and even some 5 hours pass, and Chi was much stronger, saying that the third master must be satisfied and that, by using the sacred body for comprehension, his physique must be at its peak. After all that, his two masters appear at the training ground, and Shizuka says that his comprehension was impressive and that he had evolved quickly. Chi responds that it was only because he had great masters. Curious, he notices that his master was holding a basin, and she says that she was going to take a bath because she still needed to start her healing process at night. Zeo, leaving, tells Chi to prepare something delicious while they were away. However, the boy also wanted to go along. The scene cuts to the bathing area, where the third master asks Chi to help her undress. The protagonist ends up accepting and helps the girl before taking his own bath. After that, the third master enters the lake. Zeo asks if he was planning to cook, and the protagonist responds that he was going to make grilled fish. He also says that he had some questions and wanted the girl to answer them because he had heard that the fourth master had already been frozen in the third master, which was extremely unpredictable. Zeo replies that it wasn't exactly that, and to be precise, it wasn't like that before. Later, the third master fell ill, and that illness was difficult to control. The emotional fluctuations increased even more, making the likelihood of outbursts higher. That's why she always seemed cold and difficult to approach. Her strength had been weakening recently, and that was also why they were treating the third master in the medicine valley. Chi says that it was no wonder he had noticed that the fourth master hadn't seemed well lately. Zeo says that the feeling was different from when the third master actively froze him, and that, besides that, it felt like his whole body was being stamped somewhere. Changing the subject, the girl asks when she was going to make something delicious for them. She dives into the lake, saying that he was going to catch fish for that. Then, a piece of clothing falls into the water. She asks what he should do, and Zeo says that he should figure it out himself, mentioning that he had given clothes to that girl before, so he must have plenty in stock. The boy, surprised, remembers that realizing that he had forgotten the girl left behind in the shopping district should use them now, and with her sense of style, the third master could change outfits and look better and better. He starts imagining the possibility of dressing her in all those outfits because, this time, he would be the only one capable of doing so. Meanwhile, Zeo seemed to be collecting several fish to prepare a delicious meal. Exiting the lake, he thinks that the plan was foolproof. The boy gets too excited and ends up removing all the water from the lake. Looking to the side, he sees his master completely drenched in front of him. His third master stood in that place. She says that she just wanted to take a bath and that she couldn't even have peace for that. Without wasting time, the boy grabs a set of clothes, saying that he would get some water for her bath. Shizuka makes a hand seal, saying that when one does something wrong, it must pay the price. Zeo asks if Chi was still planning to start cooking the fish. The boy, irritated, asks if she thought this was the right time to discuss that. Time passes and the scene cuts to a house. Chi seemed to be heating water for the others to bathe. Shizuka, looking at her hand, notices it is frozen. Thinking that she wouldn't sleep that night, Zeo, concerned, asks what they should do, and Shizuka says that it was fine because the protagonist could help stabilize it. Thanking Chi for his hard work, she hears the boy say that he would always be willing to help. Zeo asks if he had prepared the towels because she was feeling a little dizzy, and Chi replies that he had placed them on the shelf and would wait for the masters. Moments later, Zeo says that she would leave and that if the third master needed her help, she just had to call her. She takes the clothes that Chi had prepared. Meanwhile, the boy was outside the house, warming himself by a bonfire, thinking that he would ask the second master what clues had been gathered once he left that place. Chi hears a very loud noise and wonders what happened inside. Quickly, Chi opens the door and finds Zao wearing her previous clothes. The boy, seeing that, accepts it and says that he had chosen something simple to make sleeping more comfortable. Zao replies that she should change to another set and asks if he could hand it to her. Hearing all the commotion, Shizuka appears. Chi, noticing the clothes, says that they were wonderful and that, as expected, they really suited the third master. Shizuka asks if he had more of those clothes because the long skirt was very cumbersome. Chi seems hypnotized and doesn't pay attention. Shizuka asks again if there were more clothes and Chi replies that he would make more and humbly offer them as a favor. Zao takes the clothes and approaches Chi. Shizuka says that he should meet her after her sister falls asleep. Chi thinks that when his master was bathing, the ice had started to spread across her body and concludes that the night would be difficult. Zao appears with her new outfit already on in the midst of that situation. She thinks that if she ever had something with Chi, she would have to adapt to all of this, and she asks Zao how she looks in those clothes. Zao, surprised, thinks that it was the first time he had seen Zao like that. Approaching the girl, he says that it looked really good. Shizuka also appears and comments that it was an interesting experience. Chi, looking to the side, thinks that in the future, he shouldn't dress the third master in such clothes because it was extremely dangerous. The scene cuts to outside the cabin and Chi seemed to be preparing a feast for the two of them. Thinking that something felt off, he continued preparing the food. Zao smells the aroma and asks what he was making. Chi replies that he was preparing sour noodles and mentions that fishing had been suspended in the afternoon, so he had no choice but to make that instead. Grabbing a plate, he asks Zao to serve herself and the girl says it looks delicious, suggesting that he should take a plate to the third master as well. Chi does the same and prepares a plate for his other master. He tells her that she should eat a little so she doesn't forget. Noticing Shizuka's condition, he asks if she was okay. Shizuka asks him not to make noise because she didn't want her sister to worry. She asks the boy to sit on the bed as well. Since there was still a little warmth left, the protagonist asks if there was anything else he could do. Shizuka says that besides the issue of the other traitor, there was something else she wanted to check. She stands up and throws the boy onto the bed. She says that her second sister had mentioned that the essence of blood could be a cure for her. She had already absorbed the blood essence, but it hadn't worked, so she figured it referred to something much greater through duel. Cultivation. Practitioners shared spiritual energy, borrowing strength from one another to reach a higher level of cultivation. Chi says that if it would truly help, he was willing to do it for his master, and he affirms that it was only to aid in healing with no other intentions. Hearing what she said, Shizuka smiles and asks what made him think he could endure her. She explains that the cold within her exceeded what humans could imagine. Chi says that he ascended the Jade Heaven stairway and broke the annihilation matrix, so his confidence was not just an illusion. Shizuka says that if she took the initiative now, Chi could die, and that if he wanted to give up, it was already too late. She asks how he could be a disciple if he feared death. The scene cuts to outside the cabin, where a table seemed to have fallen. Ki asks about the noise and suggests checking it out, so the two leave and find Zio on the ground. She complains that she feels terrible. Without wasting time, Shizuka helps her, but Casio says she feels hot and that a strange impulse is growing inside her. Shizuka explains that this was caused by the abnormal leakage of the Nine Heavens flame. She questions how the food could have the scent of a pill burning the phantom heart. Chi is surprised and realizes that he was the one who caused it with his food. Shizuka asks if he mixed up the bottles. Desperate, Chi admits that he took the second master's pills to help nourish the fourth master, but confused the colors. Shizuka says she will use the power of the radiant ice soul to alleviate the pills' effect. The three walk to a cabin while monsters watch. Planning something, Shizuka places Zio on the bed and activates her ability as a consequence. Cold and ice collide, and Chi realizes it is working as an unexpected aura invades Shizuka's body. She asks if she is okay, but Shizuka tells him to hold on tight because she does not know Where that strange power is coming from, Zio's body begins to emanate fire. Shizuka struggles to freeze her and says she can only seal it temporarily because of this. From that point on, everything depends on Chi. Without wasting time, Chi asks her to transfer the offensive power to him. Time passes, and Chi seems to be cultivating intensely with Shizuka. When dawn breaks, Zio appears to be better. Upon waking up, she sees Chi and Shizuka together, confused and embarrassed. Zio wonders if she has lost her purity, and rushes out of the cabin in desperation. Shortly after, Shizuka wakes up, surprised to realize that her cold has diminished. Chi asks if that is true, and she confirms it, saying that helping her master is her duty. Shizuka comments that it has been difficult for him, but Chi jokes, saying she can use him as a magic elixir whenever she needs. He asks where the fourth master is, and Shizuka replies that Zio probably left early to train, so the protagonist decides to check on Zio in the forest. He uses his ability to track her. He reflects on the past night because while healing Zio, he and Shizuka unintentionally understood a trace of the 9 heavens tracking technique. Upon finding Zio, he asks what she is doing there. Surprised, she asks how he knew where she was. Chi confidently responds that he broke through the 3rd stage of the nascent soul realm and learned the tracking ability. Genasio, embarrassed, recalls what happened and blushes. She asks if it was the effect of the phantom heart of the night pill, and if she wants him to help her again. Irritated, Zio says once was enough. She states that he must remember that she is his master. As for what happened the previous night, they would deal with it later. The girl then begins to ascend with her flame. Chi, confused, wonders what she meant. He remembers that cultivation requires mutual consent to avoid Chi deviations. The system appears, indicating that she was talking about something else. Chi decides to ignore it because he has always found Zio's thoughts difficult to understand. He realizes he did not eat anything the previous night and decides to replenish himself. The system suggests he start accumulating rage points. The scene cuts to another location, where Zio says that since Chi had already broken through the realm, he had the capacity for comprehension, and it was time to teach him how to wield the heaven flame. Chi observes the situation and thinks that Zio has been acting strangely all day. He wonders if he did something unexpected. Pazio explains that she was a fire spirit and that the 3rd sister was the embodiment of a snow lotus flower. Because of this, both the 9 heavens flame and the radiant ice soul are natural circulation forces. With his talent, it would normally take between 60 and 80 years to master that technique. Taking a leap, the girl says that to understand fire, one must first become it. She wonders if this means the lotus forms the water spirit. That would explain why they did not get along. Zio states that fire is the force of destruction, the source of life, boundless passion, and fearless courage. That is why he should learn to respect it. At that moment, Zio embraces Chi, and an immense circle of fire appears. Chi then feels intense pain. Zio explains that fire is wild and free. It could not be controlled but rather understood, and he should learn to dance with the fire and feel its rhythm. She instructs Chi not to fear the heat, but to let it flow through his arms and to the tips of his feet. Only then would he learn to control the fire, transforming it into his will. Zio tells Chi to hold a ball of fire in his hand and throw it wherever he wishes. After all the explanation, Zio asks if he has understood. Chi remains silent for a moment and then states that when it came to teaching, Zio was absolutely one of the best, as she had mastered it completely. Zio replies that he has only grasped the basics and has not yet fully mastered it. Standing up, Shizuka declares that now it would be her turn to teach. She places her hand on Kai's chest and ice appears. Shizuka explains that he had just learned the 9 heavens flame. Now the extreme cold of the ice soul was entering him, warning that the pain was normal. She asks if he wants to continue. However, the boy accepts. Shizuka states that everything in the world has an origin. The power of ice comes from the cold and silence of the cosmos. She teaches that the path of cultivation is to align with nature without forcing it. Kai's heart should be as pure as ice to truly master that power instead of being controlled by it. Chi should feel the power of the radiant ice soul circulating through his meridians. Shizuka explains that ice was not an enemy, but a companion or even a weapon, depending on Kai's will. Cultivation was an endless journey, But if he persisted, one day he would become a true master of ice. Chi thanks her and states that he finally understands sometime later. The scene shifts. To the Kongming Palace, the second master, surprised, notices the presence of Shizuka. And Shi asks how their disciples are. Shizuka responds that Kai's comprehension was exceptionally high. With just a little guidance, he was already on the verge of mastery changing. The subject, the second master, asks if Shizuka's cold had stabilized. The girl responds that she was much better, but still far from ideal. The feeling that liberated the restraints of the desire for destruction was still within her. The second master advises patience, explaining that her body was overloaded and that the accumulated cold could not be resolved in a single day. Zio, confused, asks what they were talking about, as Chi was merely her disciple and nothing more. The second master says that it was fine if Zio did not like him. Even so, they would continue to say that he was just a disciple. Zio comments that Chi did not even remember the bet they had made before. Because of that, she had nothing more to say about him. Shizuka, approaching her sister, says that an immortal cannot lie and asks if she had forgotten everything she said in the glass of time-space. However, Zio says that everything was a mess, mentioning that the most important thing was dealing with a traitor, as they had chosen to act against their elder sister. The second master then says that this was not just a disturbance but a serious matter. Baxio asks if she already knew something. The second master says that Idia was hiding secrets, so they should investigate. The scene changes again, showing the three sisters in front of Myo. The second master says that this was very strange since Yuan had ordered them to protect him, and there was something very suspicious about it, questioning whether there was a need to protect that person. She assumes that her sister knew that this guy might be hiding an interesting secret. Baxio asks if they should talk to Yuan about it, and the second master replies that she was in critical seclusion. Irritated, Zio says they should break that seal, because that guy deserved to die. The second master says that she had already tried before, but that seal could only be broken by the one who created it. Now that this was happening, she states that the matter was far from normal. Shizuka comments that they definitely knew how to choose their timing. If it weren't for the protagonist's help, things would have been quite complicated. The scene changes again to Chi meditating. He reflects that the time to use the Qian Kuan divine body and comprehend the text from the divine temple library was approaching. With that, he would be able to control both ice and fire after learning from the third master. Along with a system that granted all three-layer sword techniques, he had collected 2 more techniques to reach martial mastery. Since entering the nascent realm, his divine sense had expanded as vast as the sea. The boy extends his divine sense and perceives a powerful energy. That was a sign that his realm was about to break once again, and the advancement to the nascent soul realm and the 5th stage had already begun. During the 4 years he spent in a glass space, the first thing he did was intimidate the animals there. The second was using the Qian Kuan divine body to comprehend the cultivation classics. He even learned wood carving. However, the 4th activity was still in question as to whether it should be mentioned, because it was something quite different. Apparently, he had learned to create new kinds of clothing. Chi decides they would do it that way because no one should see the images in his mind. Relieved, he states that the 4-year period is over and that he is ready to leave the mountain. He asks the system to display his rage points and all of his information. A massive catalog appears. Chi notices that he has reached the mid-class level, and the system informs him that with a few more points he will undergo an upgrade. Therefore, he should keep going. Eager, Chi asks for a hint, but the system responds that it has no knowledge of that. Looking to the side, Chi comes across a creature. He tells it to get angry immediately, giving it 10 seconds to do so. The creature tries to get angry but fails. Chi asks if it is not afraid of him, and the system notifies that rage points have been acquired and begins loading a screen. A light instantly appears. Chi looks ahead in confusion but realizes that nothing has happened. He asks the system for an explanation, but the system seems to be malfunctioning. Several grotesque numbers appear on the screen. Chi wonders if this could be a bug, and shortly after an unknown figure appears on the system screen. She gets a bad feeling because not Only did the system update fail, but it also seemed much bolder. Time passes and the scene cuts to another location. That girl from before opens her eyes. She asks if she has rested enough. The girl wonders if she had fallen asleep. Chi explains that he was talking to her and at some point she ended up dozing off. That's why he patiently waited for her. The girl comments that she seems to have slept quite a bit. Chi informs her that it was only 3 hours standing up. She says that the exam must be in full progress and that they should just enter. The scene cuts again. Chi analyzes his system and notices that the functions have been fixed. He had 12,000 points to acquire a concealment talisman. The price seemed random, but he decides to get it anyway. Back in the present, Chi wonders how much an atomic bomb costs and if the system is broken. The girl asks what Chi is thinking, and the boy asks them to call him only by his name because he always feels indifferent when nicknames are used. Suddenly, Chi senses a different aura in that place. He activates his tracking ability and witnesses a battle scene. Chi reflects that even though it was a battle royale, he would like to know how people could actually die. Soon after, he explains the situation to another girl. The scene cuts to another location, focusing on Yuten. He questions whether that was the list of disciples who had died in accidents during previous exams. Yuten notices that a person named Shiozi had always participated in the internal sect evaluations with earth, wood, and metal attributes, but this time, he was participating with the identity of someone from the water gate. That explains why he found the face familiar. Yuten calls for an emergency meeting. The scene cuts again. The second master comments that there is no need to speak loudly as everyone can hear. One of the masters is visibly irritated. Yuten emphasizes that this was an evaluation, not a life or death battle. Since ancient times, only 1 or 2 disciples have died in incidents. Now, out of the 30 participating disciples, only 10 are alive. He asks if Shiozi managed to participate in the internal sect evaluations. Another master states that this was a matter from the 4 elements and should be addressed later. An older man comments that he heard the second master was concerned about Chi and was acting to protect him. The second master listens in silence, waiting for what Yuten has to say. Yuten says that his grandson was also participating in the evaluation and assures that there is no need for concern as he was strong enough. The two begin to argue. Yuten comments that it's no wonder his eldest grandson gave up pursuing the young lady from the wind gate. After just a few days, the old man comments that Shiozi was a difficult figure to assess because his disciples were highly competitive and ambitious. Yuten insists that the evaluation should be cancelled, but the other old man disagrees. The second master stands up and says that she could very well return to the Kongming temple and leave the problem in their hands. The old man apologizes, stating that he was concerned about the abrupt interruption of the evaluation and how it could affect his prestige. The second master acknowledges his efforts and says that it was not necessarily a bad thing. They should continue their arguments and simply inform her of the result the next day. She comments that now that the Empress was not present, everyone pretended to seek her opinion, but deep down they made their own decisions. Transforming into her fox form, the second master leaves the place. The other master states that evaluation should not be interrupted and that they had already discussed enough. The girl comments that whatever it was, it should be investigated and that nothing should be hidden. The master states that she didn't know, but some women had commented before about a certain young man, saying that he was really strong and that they only wanted to use him. Soon after, another girl appears, asking what he had just said. Amid that situation, the other people in the meeting also begin to leave. The man says that he was merely stating the truth and not making things up, and that Yuan should be aware and needed to show some restraint in the future. The girl says that Yuan was known for her integrity and purity, asking if he could not speak more kindly about her. For cultivators, after reaching the 5th realm, time hardly passed, but he had aged rapidly, saying that a man's essence was limited and that was why the sect was draining him prematurely. Hearing that, the man becomes irritated and as he starts to leave, says that she was talking too much and that if she wanted to fight, she should just say so. The girl says that she did not want to make things difficult for him, but merely wanted to know why she could not feel his maintenance of Great Matrix. The man says that he had already done it and that if she couldn't feel it, that was her problem? The girl asks if he knew that the great manta ray was floating. The old man says that he watched over the matrix every day, so there was no way he would know that. Then the girl says that the wind and thunder gates were internal gates established and modified by the matrix itself, but the balance had not been maintained. The old man says that she was trying to obtain a wind stabilizing pearl from him, and that she should have just said so instead of making up lies. The girl says that he had seen through her, asking why he had two while she only had one. The man says that women love to compete, and there was no need for that since their matrices served different functions. Approaching the man, the girl says that there was something else she wanted to tell him because the Empress had ulterior motives for maintaining the matrix. The old man says that the Empress had her reasons for everything, and they should not jump to conclusions. As he begins to leave, he says that he would return to maintain the matrix, and that if that boy named Xiang came to his house looking for girls again, he should be informed. Watching the man leave, the girl ends up smiling. The scene then cuts to the second master. The second master says that the old man had reacted quickly, but he was still making foolish moves. What was strange was that the other four remained silent when the old man spoke about that other person, which was highly unusual. Even so, she should not worry because this should be confirmed soon. The scene cuts to another location with the girl saying that Yutong should take a break because he had been watching that test for over 2 hours. However, Yutong says that everything had now returned to normal and that there was no unusual sign. Then he begins to drink his tea standing up. He says that precisely because everything seemed normal, something was different. The scene shifts again to the protagonist sitting on top of a tree, asking if that place wasn't too quiet. Many people had been defeated on the road so far, but the dark forest had suddenly gone silent. The girl says that when something strange happens, there is usually more to come, and observing from there was the best course of action. Moreover, she had something to ask the protagonist, questioning if he had done anything while she was sleeping because it had changed quite a bit since he woke up. Looking ahead, Chi ends up spotting someone, saying that it looked like Yutong. The girl says that the protagonist's body had become stronger, and beyond that, he was much more handsome, wondering if it was just her imagination. Chi, ignoring all of that, asks if she could trust her intuition and if, by any chance, she had felt something. The girl says that she had a bad feeling because, in reality, the whole time, it felt as if something bad was about to happen at that moment. The protagonist picks up the girl in his arms, saying that if she said something bad was going to happen, that it must be true, and that's why he believed her. As he starts walking through the forest, Chi says they were moving forward to verify her intuition. The scene cuts to Yutong, who thinks that it was fortunate he had left a mark on that person earlier because when he found her, he did so just as a precaution. Back in the present, the girl seems to start tracking that person. Observing that thread of aura, she realizes that the person was in that direction. Thus, she finally arrives at the right place. Quickly, she draws her sword and begins to enter the cave. Meanwhile, Chi is watching from a distance, and the other girl asks if he was tracking something. Observing the situation, Chi thinks that Yutong had just disappeared a moment ago. At that moment, an unknown person appears on top of that system, saying that he should stop searching because that was the place, and there was a barrier there distorting time and space, making the person invisible. Looking to the side, the boy is very surprised, not believing what he is seeing. The other girl then asks what that was and who that child was. With no other choice, Chi says that it was his son. The girl thinks that such an old child probably wouldn't accept his stepmother. Chi thinks that from the beginning, he knew there was something wrong with the system and wonders how he could explain this. Changing the subject, Chi says that it was just a spiritual animal he had captured, and that it was capable of transforming. The girl thinks that a spiritual pet that can transform into a human form was an extraordinary being. Such a spirit capable of transforming into a human form was equivalent to a human cultivator. At a refined god stage, the girl asks how the boy managed to acquire it. Changing the subject again, she asks how they were going to break that barrier. The system begins to approach that place, saying that they should just open it in any way possible. The scene then cuts to Yutong, who, in the meantime, seems to be in the middle of a battle. The other girl says that she had been a bit excessive and therefore wanted to apologize. Yutong says that she was a disciple of the Kongming Temple who was secretly gathering information with external forces. She asks how she could track the teachings of her master. The other girl asks what they were going to do next, and her sister responds that they would defeat her immediately. She says that this person was stronger than the others they had faced before, and that she should not forget to train her blood. The other girl asks not to forget their father's mission. She says that capturing that person's soul was their top priority. The girl states that the longer they took, the more predictable things would become. Yutong, irritated, asks if she was planning to harvest that madman's soul. The girl responds that her ancestor was not crazy and that she was sparing her life now only so she could witness the distorted truth. Yutong says that her master must have been defeated by external forces, and therefore there was no distorted truth amid the situation. The girl wonders what she should do. Yutong says that her master had treated that person as his own daughter. At that moment, Yutong realizes something and asks if that man was her father. The other girl says that the old woman was not completely stupid. Then the other girl begins to cast a spell, saying that she had to do this to prevent problems later. She claims that since her spiritual energy was too pure, she would only drain it at that moment. Some tentacles appear, seemingly draining the girl's energy. Shortly after, a magic circle appears, surrounding all three sisters. The other girl makes a hand sign, and moments later all Yutong's energy seems to have been drained. The other sister says that was very good. At that moment, the other girl hears a noise. She, in turn, appears, saying that she had the right to remain silent and that anything she said could be used against her in a court of law. The scene then cuts to another location with a man observing something, thinking that it was an unfilial child incapable of becoming his vessel. After many years of planning, he had to wait even longer. The man says that the 5 elements matrix was broken, and therefore it was now within his reach. He claims that on that day, it could be used against him and he could become a new owner once again. The scene cuts to that test, which apparently seemed to be trembling. The other people in the stands were noticing the same thing. Another man says that the formation was broken, yet the spirit messenger that had been promised to them had not appeared. Another man suddenly emerges, saying that a decades-long plan would not fail just because one part had gone wrong. He claims that they should head to the Divine Palace. Sometime later, the scene cuts to the Kongming Palace, and the frustrated second master says that there was no peace, not even for a moment. The old man says that whether awake or not, he could maintain the grand formation throughout the entire night. Even so, all the elements along with the gates were broken, and the 5 elements matrix was basically finished. The other girl says that the heads of the 3 gates were absent, and that it seemed like everyone had their own plans. The old man asks her to be more respectful because this was serious, stating that the other man should stop sleeping since they needed more cultivators. The girl says that the Empress was not there, but even so, they still had 3 immortals overseeing everything. Asking why they were in such a state, she claims that he wouldn't be able to return to the formation anyway and should just follow orders. Frustrated, the man thinks that the inner circle was truly difficult to manage, interfering in the situation. The second master says that they should stop arguing and discuss things when the situation improved. At that moment, an unknown man suddenly appears, stating that it was already late at night. He states that none of them were sleeping. He asks where the Empress was, as such a major incident was happening that she was not present. The SEO says that the 4 gates of the 4 elements had been breached and that it was his duty to protect them. Asking if he had any explanation for it, the man says that he was actually there to ask everyone a question, questioning how the 4 immortals should be judged for abusing their power for personal gain. Hearing this, the other girl starts laughing, and the second master says that he was a story full of dramatic twists. The man says that Yuan was to blame for being too greedy, desiring absolute power only to be consumed by it in the end, and that this person was not fit to lead them. Hearing this, Axio becomes furious, asking what he had just said about her sister. However, the second master intervenes, warning that this was exactly what the man wanted her to do. The man says that Yuan should shatter her 3 souls and 7 spirits, and then die to atone for all her sins. Additionally, her accomplices should do the same. The scene cuts again to the old man, who says that as the chief of the 6 gates, he orders him to kneel and apologize to the 4 immortals, but the young man asks who he thought he was, saying he was merely a tool to the 4 immortals. The second master, observing the other man behind the boy, asks if he felt the same way. The man says that destroying her cultivation and making her submit was actually quite rational, because for a long time he had felt disgusted by her and therefore she deserved a much worse punishment. Right after, the other girl says that she thought she had drunk quite a bit that day, but those idiots were much more intoxicated, asking if they thought they were some kind of big shots. The other man says that the world of the Kongling realm knew that the Empress, along with the immortals, had brought peace for centuries. Asking who had caused the realms to break apart, answering his own question, he says that it was the ancestor of the boy's family, called Emperor Wu. The man, surprised, says that only he knew about that. Then the old man says that the grace of the 4 immortals was limitless. However, instead of repaying that grace, he conspired against them all. Because of this, it seemed that his nature and blood were unchangeable. Right after, the man asks if he had finished speaking, because he was about to fix that messy hair of his. However, if he shaved his head, he might consider sparing his life. At that moment, a light suddenly appears at the window, crossing through the entire palace. Then an immense darkness emerges, and some creatures appear from within it. The other man says that in the end, the world would submit to his family. Quickly, the 3 immortals rise to handle the situation, and the second master begins to cast an incantation, asking all the disciples of the realm to listen, because the gates of wood and metal were betraying them, and the evidence was irrefutable. Therefore, all disciples should immediately enter meditation, and anyone who did not comply would be considered an enemy and executed without mercy. The other man says that the 4 immortals led by Yuan had brought chaos to the realm for over 1,000 years, but that day it would finally come to an end. At that moment, the ground begins to tremble, and the man says that it seemed like the water gate was opening as well, mentioning that the 4 immortals had never treated the lives of the disciples as something worthwhile, and that was why they already knew what they had to do now. Then, the young man confronts the second master, who asks him if he really thought he was capable of winning that battle. So, the video ends here. If you don't want to miss the next part, activate the notification bell, and see you next time on Tob's channel.